The fight is far from over. In fact, it is just beginning. Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe Grand Finals. The 8 best teams from Europe West and Middle East and Africa have progressed from regional playoffs to the final stage. And now they come up against 8 of the best sides in the region. The Grand Finals will be held over 2 weekends, from April 29th to May 1st, and from May 6th to May 8th. This is the final step. One last push to fight for the $250,000 prize pool and the PCS6 Europe title. Don't miss a second of the action. It's all live here. Every knock, every shot, every frag. Bring it on.
Peek straight for the second. Nade comes from behind though, and Lou goes down. Mexi had Nade in hand. That should be him, if not gone falling down, then close to it. And Lou is aware of this. Batulans Lou, their single players left alive, and now Melman from below with the ball in hand, able to join in once more.
And of course, it's Lou, the one to kind of hold back that push, or at least apply some pressure. James actually finds him as well. That's just Batulans. Finds himself in a 1v3. James, open sight line here. The spray is good though. Batulans!
Much. The northern side of the circle is all but cleared out. Quizzy attacks coming through, but no more knocks for him. They've been taking damage all the way through. Alia now out of the car. Lou, so much damage coming in, and finds the double. Oh, he's so mad. He knows exactly where they're coming in from too.
This could be deadly.
Spots one, takes him down, gets the second, doesn't get it. Lukarux is there, but there were enough bullets on the side of... Avoids it, and actually finds Squeak with the second nade.
There's no way he's going to underhand another one.
How is he still alive here?
Wait, spot him. What is
Liquid
going on?
in the meantime, butchered in seconds. Rust and Ma does end up falling to the last one. Now knowing, of course, the thing got crowded somehow. I like this play, and there's no way, because of the smoke audio, there's no way that he hears this.
They've got no molly though. They just have to. He's going to flash in here.
He's gonna be blind Pokemon, but they're both blind! Oh no! Gets the first one. GMT, where's the commit? Where's the rest? Where's the second player coming through? You can't waste that much time! This is gonna be very hard. Batulans does fall in the end of it. Alia able to take him down. Now, I mean, this fight, I feel like this is how you fight to the end. There's no escape for Heroic. And, well, on Entropiq, there's only one way to move, and that's forward.
Entropiq actually fired 2 knocks here. Beamy and T-Bone will fall.
Well, essentially, exactly which combo they want to play from. Oh, Slippy, you've been seen, mate. So, as your teammate falls down. Second one. Oh, there's a player prone in the grass. Gluttony. Boop. There you go. 8 kills. Now they make the run on down, but here comes FAZE. Full-on sprinter on the sideline. Smash button. One bites. One ghost up goes down. Vex down to low HP as well.
Vex actually somehow manages to trade that, but Thendalos actually comes back. Finds that damage. BBL gonna go out in 6th place, and then Entropiq then come over the top.
Nade range. The first one comes over. 68 damage done, forcing him to heal up. Now he's gonna be blind for good while as well. The volley is right on point. So perfect in everything they do. Limited utility, only smokes the player on 1v3 against the first place team here. Example, can you do it? Damage coming through, but not enough to find the first knock. Seconds around, finds the double! Back to back, just one more player left alive. Example, 4 to 6 HP goes for the first aid. Wants to get the heal up. Iva's still at full HP, but there might just be a chance here.
He's gonna try and flash out the smoke here. Evas has got to hold this angle. Actually, Example catches a little bit of it.
One tick here could be the deciding factor whether you win this or not. Playing it smart, and he wins it!
Welcome How many times have you seen two teams battling in the final circle? Have you been wondering how players could quickly come up with crucial decisions and show their best tactics in order to win? Let's find this out right now.
Hello everyone, my name is Ivas and I'm playing for Team Entropiq.
Hello everyone, I'm James from Team Liquid. The last three teams alive in that game was us, Team Rage and Entropiq. And Entropiq pushed Team Rage and they killed them. And when they pushed them, they had one player knocked. We should have pushed on that and played aggressively on the north side of the circle. But I don't think we realized that one player got knocked from Entropiq.
We knew they don't have a really good position in the circle, so we tried to, with 3 men, we tried to make an aggressive play on them to waste their utility basically, while the last one from our team was watching from far behind. We did it pretty successfully. Liquid threw some utilities on us, while we, in that time when they threw utility, we went far back, but they couldn't see us that we backed off, and they wasted their utility basically there. So we backed off in the circle.
We spread out a little bit, and when I took the car into the circle, we realized that it was a very losing fight for us because Entropiq was controlling the whole circle already. There was not much playable ground for us, and they had many different angles, and at that moment it was pretty much a losing fight. We really had to do something earlier.
I was watching the right flank because I think they had to push us, and one guy who was flanking, it was Vard, he knocked me, but he was so far out of the circle that he got insta-traded by Luka. We knew one guy took yours, he was driving, and Luka got another knock on him, and after that it was 3v1, and we knew where was the last guy, because he drove a yours and it was easy finish for Nailop.
Join live streams on PCS6 Europe Grand Finals. I'm absolutely sure players can surprise you even more.
Welcome to PCS6 Europe, and of course we are in the second week of the competition, 3 days remaining, 5 games a day. Entropiq is sitting pretty in that top spot. They have been on fire. 6 of the 8 invited teams taking up the rest of those spots, but the question is, can some of the qualified teams move them out of those places today? My name is Tekel. I am going to be your host, and joining me, of course, Avenger and Fraz. Fraz, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I mean, we're finally getting back into it. Last weekend of PCS6, there isn't much more you could ask for. And I'm looking forward to see all of the games for this weekend here and see how everything will end up.
Avenger, there's been a week break for these teams. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I guess it depends what team you are, right? If you're in the lead, it's pretty good. If you're chasing, you've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out what Entropiq succeeded so much at. And yeah, obviously not that many teams are going to be capable of catching them because they are so far in the lead at the moment.
They are far in the lead, and we'll talk a bit about that in a while. They're all competing for that $220,000 prize pool, and of course, those points that are up for grabs as well. We as a team have been competing in the Twire.gg Fantasy League. I hope that you've set up your teams and that you're doing well. If not, maybe you can get some tips from our experts. They'll tell you how to improve, and basically you can't. You'll just have to wait for your teams to improve. But let's take a look at some of our teams. We're going to pull up mine first. I want to talk about FAZE specifically because during G-Loot Season 5 didn't really perform the way we expect FAZE to, but that's definitely changed during PCS6, Froz.
Yeah, it can be rough sometimes with the picks itself, but yeah, it is what it is sometimes. But I feel like, you know, sometimes you just gotta go with a gut feeling, and sometimes it works out for you, right? Sometimes it doesn't.
Fair enough. So Avenger, Gustav doing a really good job last week, you can see there. But FAZE specifically, I thought, has worked extremely well as a team. Something you were expecting from them?
I think so. I actually had the pleasure of meeting with Gustav in this weekend, or in this week in between here before the weekend started. And I talked to him, and he said, "I'm gonna try to catch Naleb. He's not gonna have to run away with all these $5,000 extra that you get for being the kill leader." So he's definitely chasing, and he was being really ambitious in terms of FaZe potentially being able to catch Entropiq if Entropiq doesn't continue their high point, because he really felt that FaZe had really on the last day found out what the kind of solution for this lobby was. So that's really interesting.
We're busy watching Froz's team highlights here, and of course you can see NLT there. Froz, NLT, a team that in the final day of the first weekend really popped off. They're the favorites without a doubt.
Without doubt. I mean, being what, back-to-back champions who's coming back here to try to grab the first place once again. Of course they're gonna be the favorites, but they haven't really found the grip of how to play in this lobby yet, or they start to figure it out in the last day on the Sunday itself. Hopefully they've had quite a few days now to look through things, and that's usually what Batulians need to try to figure out, okay, what kind of stuff can we get from the other teams? What kind of patterns can we see here? What is actually happening? Why is our normal playstyle not working out? And then they try to adjust to it.
Avenger always says that they are a week 2 team, but you mentioned there some teams not quite getting a grip, and it felt fitting to ask this question when Avengers Fantasy Team was on the screen. But which teams haven't performed, in your opinion, Avenger?
Well, so first of all, on my team, it's actually only Hyrusen that have had a bit of a slumber. If he stepped up to the same level as the other guys, my team would have been in the lead. And I had a talk with him, I had a chat with him, and he was like, "Why are you picking me? You should not be picking me." I'm like, I trust in you, man. But he's like, "I'm a support player, and the way that I play is not going to be out for the damage and the kills," and basically explained me why that he was not a good pick. But I had a motivational speech with him, and you know, I'm sure he's gonna pick up the pace here, and in general hope that Thunder is gonna be able to as well. But I'm not too worried in general. I think definitely why I've been saying it's a week 2 team is that we're gonna see Heroic step up a bit more compared to week number 1. NLT also typically a team that have kind of this benefit from having this break in between week number and week number 2, because they figure out so many things about the teams, like Batulians and the guys. They sit down, they analyze all the games, and they figure out, okay, what's actually the reason why some of the team are successful. But it's kind of hard, because if you take a look at Entropiq, I had a bit of a peek on why they're so successful. It's actually because they're just winning a lot of their engagements. Like when they're playing Edge, they're winning a lot of their engagement in Edge, and when they're sending it to the center, they're taking teams on and winning. And it was actually SKADE twice where they wiped them 4-0, right? So that's actually one of the reasons why Entropiq is so successful, is because they're really winning their fights.
Talking about success, look who's on the top of the leaderboard. But no one cares about this. They want to talk about the game. So moving on, if you are playing on Twire.gg, this was the team last week that was sitting in the top spot. So congratulations to Fuzzy for making this call. Interesting selection there, Froz.
Yeah. Well, this is the best team, at least. These would be, if you want to be on the top right now, these would have been the 4 that you should pick. But you know what? It's not over yet, right? We still have 3 more days to go, so this will probably change up a lot going through these last 3 days here.
We're going to go straight into the standings now, because I know this is what you care about. And the most important question is, can Entropiq be caught, Froz?
I think there is a high chance that they could be. It is going to be a very hard task, and there is a few teams that is up for the task, of course. But at the same time, it's all going to depend on how Entropiq will play this out. Will they be able to keep up with the kind of scoring that they're doing right now? Currently being the best team on both Miramar and Erangel when it comes to the performance so far. That is like exceptional to see with this kind of lead against these teams that they're up against. But again, they're playing it so well right now. They're doing the right calls time after time. When they know that they can't really play the edge like they want, they send it into the center. They take control over that spot, and they're not gonna let anybody in. They're basically gonna take every single fight there, and they're winning those fights. And this is something that is kind of unseen, honestly, so up until this point.
Avenger, do you agree with Frost? I mean, are you surprised with Entropiq's run at the top?
I will say I'm surprised that they have a 51-point lead. That's extremely surprising. You would expect it to be a little bit closer, but there's also another thing I actually talked a little bit with Gustav about, was that they also have 50 teams that literally have, you know, a bullseye on their back. They have a big target on their back, and a lot of teams are going to be focused on making sure that if they see a potential third party in Entropiq, they're going to execute it, because they are so far ahead that if the other teams don't focus them, then they will run away with it. After, I would say, if they have a good day today, it's going to be practically impossible to catch them for the last day.
There is your schedule for today. We are starting on Miramar. You've got 5 games of PCS6 action, 5 opportunities for someone to try and catch up with Entropiq. Now, Avenger, I give you a hard time about your fantasy team, but the truth is most of what you say does come to fruition. And you've said that there are certain teams that are going to pop off in week 2, Heroic being one of them. I've been somewhat underwhelmed by Heroic and a few others, SKADE as well. I was a bit disappointed on the final day to see them drop down. Do you think that is going to change up today?
Yeah, I think maybe not today, but we're going to see it in this weekend here where we see Heroic pop off a little bit more. I expect them to end up in the top 4. Like, they're a team that is capable of ending up in the top 4. They're a team that have shown us on an international level that they are a team that belong up there. So definitely hoping to see them pop off. I played a little bit with both Naleb and Paige today, and we were talking about like what our expectations are. And I was like, Naleb, you expecting any people to like hot drop? And he's like, no, it's gonna be final, just before 3 points. And I'm like, what about if NAVI hot drops on you guys? You know, they example 1v3'd you. It's like, no, it's no problem. I'm not too worried. We're not changing anything because it's been working so far.
Froz, who's taking the first chicken dinner?
The first chicken dinner, it's gonna go to Liquid, of course, because they need to step it up right now, and I have 2 of them on my fantasy team, so I'm hoping that VODMX is gonna be alive when that happens.
I mean, now that I finally have you on the desk, I just want to make it clear, double dipping is cheating. I'm with Avenger on this, so we are disqualifying you as of right now. You are no longer in the fantasy league. If you are watching it, I've decided I am. Toby, Jorasad, do you agree with me?
No, also double dipping.
Oh, you went wrong place with this one, Sam, because both Joro and I are on Team Frost in this regard, and I think
absolutely 100%.
Wait, Joro, are we at a point now where Sam and Martin are the ones disqualified for not having double dipped?
Sam and Martin have been disqualified since game 1, day 1, and they don't realize it. Martin has. Well, to be fair, Sam on the train now, all we've done is play within the rules of the game, and it's really sad that we're seeing so much salt because we're going to absolutely destroy them by the end of this weekend from a fantasy league point of view. But I guess we'll just have to let the results speak for themselves, Toby.
Indeed, we will. And with that said, let's hop on over to game number 1 of the day, game number 16. Overall, of course, we got 3 days of glorious PUBG action to crown a winner by the end of Sunday. And one thing that I must say this entire PCS6 has been very kind to us with is plane paths. This one, yet again, very straightforward across the map from east to west. No big shenanigans, and I think that's a big part of the reason why we haven't really seen those hot drops that they talked on the desk about earlier. They might come out later should the plane paths get really wonky, but so far, 16 games through, we haven't really had that one game where it's just been brutal for most teams. It's been, well, incredibly kind, to be honest.
So 3 to 9 o'clock, pretty chilled out. El Pozo first circle has now popped out here in match number 16. I think by this point, really, I would say by day 3, but the teams have had plenty of time on all of the different maps just to get acquainted with themselves, understand exactly who their nearest opponents are, what some of their rotation paths are like. One of the things that's very underrated in PUBG is rotation timings as well. Like a single team choosing to rotate 15 seconds earlier or later going into phase 1 can result in an early fight. So the teams will be getting used to that. They've done that now, right? This is week 2.
Oh, yeah.
There are no excuses. There's nowhere for everyone to hide. And I look forward to seeing, hopefully, the leaderboard shaken up a bit. Not too much, because I'm a fan of Entropiq as much as the next guy, but I want to see that lead close to a point where it gets interesting.
And honestly, as you're saying too, with how, like, despite how well Entropiq's been playing, I think it will be. Unless, again, if they just continue where they left off last week and go on their absolute murder spree, which has been the entire last weekend, I feel like there are teams that will be catching up. And one of those teams, I mean, Liquid already sitting in a decent spot down in 6th place, but one of those teams I would say is Heroic. Heroic has not come off to the greatest start, and let's take a look at them here. Down in Valdemar, they have an easy transition into the circle, and Heroic, to me, are one of those teams that usually they would come out stronger in the beginning, but the tournaments that they haven't, they've made that up come the end of the tournament. Like, they rarely ever finish way down the gutter because they bounce back late, even if they get off to a tough start. Like, they're just such a killing machine, and give them one, and not even a good one, decent game to start things off of. That's them spending the entire day farming the circle. So Heroic is definitely one of those teams that I'm looking to see bounce back here over the course of this weekend.
I think, to borrow a word that was only in recent times added to the dictionary, Heroic's bounce back ability is significantly stronger than even some of the established teams in this lobby. It is very easy for a team who's normally used to doing super well to have a really bad, say, 2 days out of a 3-day tournament. They don't dig themselves out of that in day 3. They improve maybe a little bit, and they finish, like, okay when they started bad. Heroic have this ability to completely ignore everything that's happened before and still find a way to perform absolutely top-notch at any stage of the tournament. So they could be in last place right now and still get 3 chicken dinners today. That's one of the reasons why Heroic is so dangerous.
Yeah, they can go up against the best of the best and come out victorious. It's just, and it sounds so simple, but believe me, I mean, having talked to all of these players playing over the last couple of years of competitive PUBG, it's just about putting your mind to it. Obviously, it's not as easy as just, quote-unquote, putting your mind to it, but a lot of it comes to that, and Heroic is one of those teams that can very easily struggle, at least in my experience, can struggle on the mental. Oh my lord, look at this, Ghost Stuff. He's read this, but Tulans, we all know what you like to do, and it's not gonna happen! Ghost Stuff, the denier of the goat climbing to the mountain. I don't know what animal would do that, but if there is one, well, that's Ghost Stuff for you right there.
I'm gonna coin a phrase now. He went goat hunting, and he knew exactly where to be, exactly when to be there. Like, he knew as soon as he heard the vehicle, that's Batulins. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
And I do not think that Batulins has ever been contested in trying to get up there either. So maybe that's, again, we talked about teams shaking things up for week 2, and if that's what they need, denial for vision for Northern Knights, then, well, that's a good start to it. Liquid, in the meantime, trying to get away safely. Not gonna say that Frost, analyst has cursed
well done,
them
Frost.
from winning this game, but thank you, Frost. I also have 2 Liquid players on my team, and this is your fault.
Yeah, to be fair, I've got Vard as well. I'm blaming Frost for that 100%. You do not want to be Vard or Batulin's keyboard right now. I think they're the least desirable positions to be in this game. Oh, man.
Sure is. Tough for them. Have to try and see if they can make their way back up to save the clip. A little bit of a rich work with for now, but as you can see from down below too, HOWL in a pretty good spot here to catch them off. And again, I mean, this is one of those things where you go, wait, these guys have been playing for an entire week. How are they still running into one another in these sort of situations? This to me is HOWL making the play for this position earlier than what they have in the past. Either that or Liquid opting to make the play on out earlier and therefore colliding with one another. We're not going back to a quote-unquote game 1 of a tournament, but kind of, because a lot of teams will have shaken things up, will have gone, okay, let's try to do this thing differently, let's try to do that thing differently, and that massively impacts the outcome and the pathing for the rest of the teams on those servers. So you could kind of go that now these teams have had 5 days of no competition. Yes, there's spin scrims and whatnot, but I mean, outside of PCS6, there is kind of a reset to it where you have to be more adaptable to teams opting to do things differently.
And HOWL will know as well that Team Liquid have fewer players than they do if they need to move in that direction later on. So that's a useful bit of information for them too. And Toby, I want to take a moment here to do something a bit unusual. I know we rag on the guys on the analyst desk quite a lot, but mainly because Martin's accusing us of double dipping. I want to heap some praise their way. As soon as we said, this is Froz's fault for caster cursing, Froz said, I'll take the blame for this one. That is the side of a truly remarkable human being. I appreciate the responsibility there.
Also, Slippy utilizing all sides of the vehicle to make his way up the hillside. I didn't know a car could still have that much speed going uphill while flipping like that, but that's
skills.
That's just Slippy, and yeah, vehicle skills for you right there. Heroic, again, I mean, a team that had a pretty clear-cut path into the circle, and they're opting to wrap all the way western. I like this play. No need or reason for them to try and chase down a center position. For starters, they know they're late, but also Heroic are so terrifying when playing on the edge. So even if there was something center available, hop out to that edge and get a good kill game to start things off. Because one thing is, I mean, a team like Heroic, I don't feel like they don't get the momentum going off of getting to, let's say, top 5 and having just sat in the compound the whole game with 0 kills. They need to be on that edge. They need to have risked their life for 6 fights and come out victorious in all of them. And despite it being a traumatizing experience, having to fight all that much, it's the days where they win those fights that they then bounce back into the next games and, oh my lord, ticks the vehicle adjustments there. That's the Finnish rally skills, I suppose.
I agree with you. I think that normally you would be really afraid to fight a team that has max utility. Their vests and helmets are completely fresh. I would say Heroic are one of those teams where if they've just won 2 team fights and they've lost some of that utility, but they've just taken 2 fights and they've won it, I would argue that historically that makes them more dangerous. You know what I mean? They're so good when they're on a roll.
Yeah. Let's see, ENCE. We saw them just before making their way into the top of the circle. They've got all the space in the world up on that northern side. No one really opted to go that far north. Thunder, the team furthest north, they're still south of Greater Fields down towards El Pozo, so plenty of space, at least for now, should the circle go up there. But it's also a testament to the fact that there just really ain't a whole lot of playable terrain up there. That's why teams have opted to sit further south, at least right off the bat, because if we kind of do a west to east, like diagonal cross through the circle, if we just do it through the middle, essentially, I would say like a solid 10, 11 of those teams are sitting on the southern half. So if this next circle does bounce up north, because of El Pozo and because of the way the mountains are posted on the map, like on the western side here, there are only so many paths up to the northern side of what is currently Circle 1. And believe me, there is, like, it's going to be a cluster, a massive funnel of teams trying to make their way up there.
A lot's going to ride on whether we have a hard shift here in Phase 2. Most teams seem to have settled into some position okay. They've already had some difficulty, right? It's really difficult to get into this kind of circle without having another team relatively close by. We saw that with Team Liquid earlier on, and Northern Lights getting very close to FaZe Clan. And that is exactly what I was talking about there. We're moving further up towards Trailer Park. Toby, we're about to see a lot of action.
And we're getting it already. Perfectix finds one. Spiro gets the run on over. ENCE getting chased as they try to get out of El Pozo. Everyone knows there's going to be a bunch of teams coming from down there, so try and see if you can get out. The car chase continues. How much are Northern Lights willing to commit to taking down the team that took out their IGL?
ENCE there nearly going down as well, able to escape in the Marauder, slightly faster, but needs to figure out a place to call home and hopefully get away from them. It looks like he's shaking their tail for now. That was a very close call for FaZe Clan. Oh no!
I mean, the cluster continues, and there's still so many teams having to wrap their way in from the south side, and those teams are probably now figuring out, wait, it's too late to go south. I mean, there's already half the server down there. We need to find another approach, but as I said before, because of El Pozo, because of the mountains as well, it's so difficult to maneuver through here. But let's hop on over to Thunder. Fortunately, at least for now, able to scare off Northern Lights. Good for them, because they're sitting on a wide two-way split, and if they were going to get pulled up on here, I don't think there's any saving grace for them. Northern Lights would have the numbers. In the meantime, Team Rage trying to wrap their way out through the west side of El Pozo. Shots fired from ENCE, but no knocks so far.
Exactly. Thinking about going in for a second, but as soon as those shots came in, absolutely not. They need to find a way to move further north. If you're ENCE right now, you're very happy coming in from up north. Schofield, unfortunately, the vehicle is going to blow up in the middle of nowhere, and that means he's going to be targeted by every gun under the sun. And Team Rage at the moment really struggling. Burt is very split from his teammates. He is still scouting out potential positions in the mountains. And unfortunately, REGNUM CARYA is right there. So he's going to have to turn around back into the clutches of Thunder and everyone else. His vehicle will be in danger of blowing up shortly as well. Team Rage are not having a good time.
No, that was a very skillful 180 though, not gonna lie. I saw the cow on the hills. I was like, nope, getting out of here. And somehow, despite all the action, and despite 12 people shooting at him, he's still alive. which, of course, I mean, he is, as you said, very, very isolated from his teammates, who are also not in a very good position, despite them being in the center of the circle. But they're alive for now. Navi, I mean, we're one of those teams that could have tried to become one with the chaos on the southern side, said, you know what? We're too late to it. Let's not even dare. Let's not even risk it. We'll wrap north around it. They're going to be blessed. Again, I mean, if this next circle shifts anywhere near north, this is, by the way, a massive advocate to have the map stream open as well. If they go north around here, they're going to have all the room in the world. Look at this from a distance earlier. Yeah. Solid tax coming through. Finds the knock, finds the flush as well. And Navi, plenty of space up to the north.
So teams we haven't heard from very much this game include Sakura Zensen, who came in very late from the southeast side. They've got HOWL for company on the edge of circle, but they're looking for a nice initiate at the moment. Ideally, if they can get a knock with a grenade, that would be the perfect opportunity. Here comes Ruin, and unfortunately, it's just alerted him to their presence. It's moved against the car on the backside, and now the rest of the team have spotted Heeman.
Exactly the danger of throwing those nades early if you aren't 100% aware of the opponent's position. Schofield, we saw him running around in the open earlier. Didn't get far enough, unfortunately. Now, actually, ENCE finding Thunder players. That's a little scary for Thunder because, again, they are still trying to maintain that two-way split. So ENCE could, if they wanted to, try and engage on this. Let's see next circle. We send it up, but it's still very difficult terrain because we know the next one is going to hard shift up towards the north. Or I suppose there's a northeastern shift possible as well. Now, but Toby, right now, I mean, Thunder and ENCE, they're sitting in prime real estate.
Do you think Thunder risk running through the center of the circle to go to the south side compound now? Because between those two hills, it looks really good for now, but the circle might also shift away. What do they do here?
No, it's going to go north, and they're already in the gun. There's only one play that is full speeded up to the guys up the north side, because that's...
I'm surprised they're not getting shot at.
Yeah, I mean that's because they're doing it this early. Because it could have been risky. Let's see a lot of people getting shot at. The Laza finds one, goes down. Return Code Marco finds off. Smash finds one too. Despite them being the ones to engage on this, they're actually coming out victorious.
This is surprising indeed. Only Mert left, and if you remember, Mert was the one had to head all the way up into the mountains looking for a shack at the end. So unfortunately, Team Rage down to 1. BBL Esports will be able to take them out, but and you have to ask, at what cost? Their vehicles are half health. Some of them are smoking. They're using some of the utility. They're using a lot of their meds. And you don't want to be using so many of your smokes at the 15-minute mark.
Exactly. You're going to need that for later, no doubt about it. James, damage done towards Heroic, but unfortunately not fast enough to keep his teammate alive. Clip does fall. I saw on the map feed earlier Entropiq make a smite move because they were down here on the southern side too, but they upped the trap all the way west around and make their way up in from the north side of the circle, knowing or anticipating at least, of course, that that's where the next circle is going to be going. And I'm surprised to see that teams like Heroic haven't opted to make that same play, because if they wait for the next circle to pop, they're going to be backfilling on everyone, and there simply isn't enough space on that west side for them to maneuver through. And it looks to me like Sakura Zensen, despite moving in this late, are trying to kind of do the same thing. They just know, I mean, we're coming in on the backside of this mountain. We have no info. We need to stop and scout.
Moving straight past
Beamy, okay.
Oh, and he's not just letting them go past. He's looking for the double. Almost gets it.
Out of bullets.
There we go. And that's both knocks for James. Possibly critical points here for Team Liquid. Remember, they're in the top 6. They're having a terrible game number 1 here to start us off today. And what do I always say, Toby, about good teams and great teams? The great teams know how to take a terrible game and salvage those points from it. And that's what Jimbo's doing for the squad now.
That was as much of a freebie as could be. That's for sure. Entropiq, again, talked about them just before. They wrapped in from the north side. Kind of doing the similar play to what NAVI did. NAVI obviously just executing in one circle earlier. And now, well, they are still in a two-way split. Looks and Iva still up on the northwest side. But Nailup continuing where he left off last week. He has been a damage machine. He's been doing more damage than some teams have in total. He is just terrifying. And every single time he peeks out a window, believe me, there's going to be headshots on the receiving end of those pulls. Circle now pops and actually a lot further east than I thought it was going to go. We are forcing everyone right out into the open.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you as well, Toby. I'm looking at those mountains on the mini-map and going, it's probably going to go north. It has gone north, but the shift east as well is impressive. It means that that compound that Thunder took, they're going to have to reevaluate their options here and maybe move quite quickly indeed. NAVI pushing onto Entropiq now. Remember, these are the teams that rotated far north. NAVI didn't start here. ENCE were around, but Entropiq also came up from the south, as Toby mentioned earlier, and now they're going to have to relocate again, so we're rolling dice for the second or third time now in this game.
I love that disengage from Entropiq. They knew there was nothing to come for. They thought the circle was going to go up there. That's why they wanted to fight for the compound, or for the position that Navi was in, because they said, you know what, we have something we can claim here, and if we can get it early, we have a spot for next circle. They see the circle shifts away. No reason for them to stick around. They leave. They stay alive with the whole 4, and if they're fast enough now, they can wrap in underneath Navi and play gatekeep. That is very, very heads-up rotating. And Colby made from Navi and from Entropiq. Sorry, and look at this exactly. As I just said it, now they can wrap in underneath and they can sit and hold out Navi. Such a smart play from Entropiq.
Really good positional understanding there. They've got all 4 left alive as well, as Navi now have some questions being asked of them. But I mean, Quincy, an example, if you ask them what they would do about this by default, their answer is, we're going to shoot. We're going to go through it. So let's see if they can help. We've got Alya from massively far away playing sniper, and unfortunately we've got Thunder coming in, knocking Lukarux as well, just as he gets Melman. So that's the cue for Navi to disengage.
Exactly. I'm looking at Thunder on the map right now, seeing if they're opting to make an aggressive play off that, but looks like they're staying in. So Entropiq should be able to get the rest on up. Melman unfortunately won't get rest himself. Good stuff. Continuing the sneaky strats in the city. Found one before, as we saw in the replay. Trying to see if we can find more. Of course, they are just on the edge of the circle somehow. El Pozo remained inside the circle here, and of course, they can now sit on the inside and waiting forward. In the meantime, as you can see the background there, Heroic, they full speed sent it into the same field we saw Schofield go down in before. They have made a play for the open, knowing that they didn't have a whole lot to play around the southern side. But, well, thought he was going to get pulled up on. Didn't happen. Nice to always be ready with the nade.
Indeed, and that was actually cooked relatively well. Just the car kept driving. So here comes REGNUM CARYA, and the car gets knocked actually into a ditch that they might be able to play for a little while. Until Entropiq come by, and that is the quickest squad wipe I've seen in quite a while. Cars involved as well. It's all over the place here as Entropiq go for a super quick squad wipe.
Everyone just ran each other over. There were like 3 car knocks in a second. And I love the fact that our POV, as soon as we got into it, was someone getting his head torn off by a buggy. The thing is...
don't worry, there are bandages for that.
Oh yeah, true. The thing is, Thunder saw this in the kill feed, and they heard the cars. They have to be fast on this, because if there's a team you don't want to have gatekeeping you, that is Entropiq sitting right here. Thunder, 1 nade lob forward. Erusin finds the first. Lukarux flush on out. They gotta be careful with the peaks here, though, because as you can see on the other side, ENCE in the compound, they're in a position to do some damage in return.
So Thunder here, being opportunistic, trying to third party at the same time. They're not in the next circle, and you could argue that not only are they being opportunistic, they have to win this fight as well. So a lot of pressure on Thunder at the moment, but they are in a better position. We'll wait and see what they can do. This is the battle for the south side of the circle, where FaZe Clan and Heroic are basically jostling to see who gets ownership of the south, and there's not much cover here. So I don't anticipate 2 or 3 teams can easily live in Phase 5.
No, the El Pozo escape is going to be dreadful for everyone involved in it, because even if they do get out of here alive, they have a lot of teams waiting for them on the inside of the next circle. Salik, Nate lobbed on forward, not going to bounce far enough. Tusta and Matt able to avoid that one, but I like the way that HOWL are playing, not be static, not sitting in one same spot, kind of looking for kills. They have to try and keep wrapping around. They have to try and see if they can get the kind of the inside of the opposing team, similar to what we saw with Entropiq up in the north against NAVI earlier. You have to be so smart about how you position yourself here, and that comes before trying to take the fights. If you can spend your time wrapping just one container further towards the circle instead of sitting still and waiting for teams to come to you, well, that's the winning fight.
And then, of course, you've got speed of execution as well. Everyone can sit down and sort of grab their abacus and slowly work out where is going to be best in the circle. But by the time you finish making those decisions, if everyone else is already in place, you got to settle for second or third, or goodness knows, no prio positions available. So the speed of calculation there and the decisiveness of how you move out, so important in PUBG, and almost certainly determines who ends up in the circle, sort of phase 4, phase 5 in these tactical battles. Right now, though, we're going out of El Pozo. NAVI spotting HOWL, and this is, oh my goodness, this is like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, such a smart play from NAVI. We saw them up on the north side earlier. They knew there was nothing to come for. They knew ENCE had the compound, at the SKADE had the other warehouse building on the east. They had to wrap all the way south again. They've essentially wrapped all the way around the circle, at least on that eastern side. Up to the north, back to the south again. Now they're holding off Matt. Ooh, nice double headshot connected on Salik. Thought he was going to get away from that, but no. Quizzy again, I mean, they have the perfect position to do damage here because there's nothing that Heroic can do from down below to take out Navi on the hilltop.
I think that's really important, right? At the end of the day, if you're in a position where you can't be third party or you feel like it's not easy for someone to third party you, what a privileged position that is in a game where so many good PUBG teams are. That is so important. We've seen the power of the third party in this very game already. Here comes Road to Glory against FaZe Clan. Excellent spray onto Vex. Almost gets the double as well, but Road to Glory unfortunately eliminated. Will he be able to get the revive onto Vex? We will. FaZe Clan survives with 2.
You hate to see it when people have to make the full speed send into the open, but all of a sudden, Heroic's position doesn't look all that bad anymore. If they can take out the teams on the southern side, they can play backs free into this. Again, I mean, this is going to be a tricky push uphill, and you can see SKADE and the, like on the map feed, they're looking pretty much exclusively in this direction, so trouble will be coming, but for now, they're sitting pretty safe and can just look towards the south.
If HOWL were 10 meters closer to Navi, oh my god, dispatching Tuster. Like, those nades would have been so devastating to Quizzy and Alia, but because they weren't, they were borderline harmless. Such small things in this game make such a huge difference. Navi taking on FaZe, basically for the right to even begin approaching Heroic. If you're Heroic right now, you're rubbing your hands together going, let's have a buffet.
Oh, you're just waiting. You're just waiting. And again, I mean, they're all looking towards the south right now, trying to make sure that no one's going to be able to make a play. The thing here becomes who moves first. Quizzy already in the car. I think that's answering my question. Navi, I would have supposed, makes the move. Now here comes ENCE. Full speed forward. Their vehicle was no longer in play, and they knew Entropiq was on the other side. 1, 2, down they go. Quizzy tries to make a break forward. Not going to happen either. FaZe, Heroic working together to get those out, and Futbolist falls as well. 3 teams out in a matter of 3 seconds.
And this is really, like, this pressure cooker is really starting now because phase 6, there's virtually no hard cover inside zone. Everyone has an opportunity to run 20 meters and shoot anybody else. HOWL gets headshot by the man. An excellent start to that, but unfortunately, he was on his lonesome, and Vex manages to return the favor.
They saw the knock in the kill feed. They know they're playing to some extent back 3. They have to watch out. They cannot overextend to lob a nade with the risk of being taken down from behind. But first nade a bit too fast. Second one I think will be as well. Yes, just exactly over the top. And I gotta say, I mean, Vex and HOWL here have been absolutely amazing at trading for one another, but also being able to get each other back up alive. And that's, I mean, obviously, essentially what's been keeping FaZe in the game for so long. The fact that HOWL and Vex have been working well together.
I think to put it in layman's terms, where FaZe are at the moment, they're a little bit screwed in the short term, but at the same time, no one can backstab them. So, you know, you gotta take the small mercies in life. Heroic just focusing on them relentlessly, and you've even got SKADE up top. Like, there's so much in the way of danger the moment FaZe Clan move. Another team that's in a bit of danger at the moment, BBL, but they have got grenades at their disposal. They're just on the other side of ENCE.
Nawik has a nade as well, trying to lob them forward. Rostamar down to real HP. I love this play from Nawik, by the way. Splitting out, knowing that you need to try and claim terrain while the other teams are fighting one another. Solo player over on this hillside, playing a 3-1 split now, but allowing for his teams up in the warehouse to focus south while he's looking the other way. He needs to be that up-close threat, though. He needs to deny ENCE the peek on over. You just saw there Rostamar connecting a headshot towards Dempsey. He cannot allow for them to do damage on the other side, but at the same time, he's really hoping that BBL will do some more damage towards ENCE. Rostamar, attacked by the molly, won't go down that easily.
He danced around the flames for about 6 seconds and then put a foot in and went, I wonder if this is hot. But he did have the med kit straight away. He's all good. He got the first aid in hand. The only team that is fully in circle right now, by the way, is Heroic. So many are going to be waiting along SKADE. Down the backside of ENCE now. They're moving in from the east. So ENCE, they didn't have anyone behind them, but SKADE have managed to rotate in such a way that because they've got no one fighting them to the south, they can now come and wrap on ENCE. Let's see if they backfill here too.
Nawik is the angel, kind of saying the praises for BBL because he wanted the peek on over easily. Now they finally get to, but there's a receiving end of BBL ready for the fight. And look at this, it's SKADE all over, taking out the FaZe Clan members. FaZe Clan in the meantime trying to make their way on forward. They get torn apart by Heroic as well here, as they are now being denied any sort of entrance to this circle. And again, couldn't be better for Heroic that SKADE are focusing towards the west side of the road.
And HOWL coming back thinking, hang on a second, maybe I can just prone this out. Thunk. Jempty says absolutely not. Nookie now just trying to heal his way, hopefully into another position. But this circle hurts, man. It's 10 damage per second. You basically are struggling to even out heal it. Nookie looking like he's about to go down.
One more first aid off. I think that was his last one, so now he has to make the play forward still in the blue. Nawick not gonna let it happen. SKADE up at
to
8 kills. Jempty and Nawick getting the fast share of those. We're down to just 3 teams. SKADE's been able to, well, sit at the warehouse for a while, so I would suppose that they haven't been too bruised up. Obviously, a lot of utility coming out now as they started to make their way out into the open, but they should be all right in that regard, too. Heroic, though, despite having the low ground, have been sitting real tight here for quite a while.
SKADE, relatively quiet game for them. Everyone was sort of coming to them rather than moving into everyone else, but they're doing a phenomenal job. They've got an AWM on the team as well now, by the way, so just some just a little bit of extra firepower going to the end. We are already into the top 3. It's Heroic, SKADE, and BBL. BBL have lost 1 member. Everybody else still has a full squad in the game.
Look at the next circle, too. I mean, at the beginning of this game, I said I wanted to see Heroic bounce back, and they weren't going to thrive off of a game where they didn't have to do a whole lot and not come into the end game without a lot of kills.
Right.
That doesn't mean that they won't take it if it's presented to them. So,
well,
obviously,
yeah.
I mean, they'll enjoy this circle until the game is over, no doubt about it. The only thing is, for Heroic, it's very limited. You can see Paige really wants to get up to that roadside and peek forward. They're just very limited in how far up they can play because of SKADE's position here. The thing is, SKADE, obviously, well aware that they're the ones to have to make the first move alongside BBL. So Heroic right now, as much as you want to peek and get those fast kills, you just got to sit and wait for the 2 other teams to fight one another.
Precisely. And Heroic there, they know that pushing up is, shall we say, a lower percentage guarantee of squad wipe, so they want to be a little mindful of that, but at the same time, they're the ones with the time on their hands. If they wait till phase 8 moves in, even if for some reason BBL and SKADE don't fight each other, or they find a way to use smokes to keep apart, which is not happening, by the way. They're absolutely destroying each other right now. Phase 9 just drops on top of Heroic, so they know they can play for time here.
Exactly. This is where you don't get greedy for 1 or 2 kills. You play for the win, because that in the end will amount to more. Let's see Smash tagged up by the mollies twice. Make that Gem able to get the response from the other side. Though tries to peek on over. Thendalos, how much more damage can you do to them? A lot, as it turns out. Solo player left alive goes out. Heroic, I thought it was going to be them against SKADE come end of the game, but no, Thendalos able to bite the double. Oh my lord, and Heroic that wants to come out victorious after an absolutely insane send come phase 3. That is not the way I saw that one in.
Really, really quick fight, and of course, being on the low ground there means that you do run the risk of everyone but one person dying, and you just get to mop up 1 more kill. I don't think Heroic were expecting the whole fight to finish without their involvement at all, though. That was an amazing game number 1. Very interesting ending as well. Let's head back to the desk to see what they thought.
Jarosar said it was an interesting ending. It was also a quick, fast ending. So break it down for us. What exactly happened there?
I mean, it wasn't that much that was happening, right? Heroic was just holding everything down. They had that there for such a long time. They were playing that for a really long time. I think they got there in circle 4, rotating in from the south side. And they were basically holding people out all the time. You could see FAZE trying to get in from the south side. But in the end, it was all about SKADE and BBL fighting each other. And of course, when that happens, when that starts, you already know that Heroic's just gonna come there and clean things up. Of course, it's great to finally see Heroic being able to put a chicken dinner on the board, because it's been they're due. Let's put it that way.
Avenger, would you say that the SKADE BBL fight mutually assured destruction there?
Yeah, 100%. Like, SKADE was obviously hoping to take out BBL fast, so they could have a fight probably with some utility, smoke off the ridge that we saw Heroic have, but with that circle shift that Heroic was the only team inside, it was just super rough to play. Lovely pull-ups. I loved how BBL actually put themselves into a really good late game position with this pull-up here in Team Rage. That ensured them a good placement and some kills too. They managed to get a lot of kills from that position early on. Here James obviously also getting a little bit of extra points squeezed out for Liquid, but overall rough game for Liquid. It was Frost's fault. He did call out. He needed his 2 players on his fan fantasy team to do well, and that's what happens when you double dip. The two players that you double dip with, they die early. That's unfortunate. No, but I'm happy because my holy, I actually didn't see it was that fast, but that was funny to see from Entropiq. But I'm happy that Heroic managed to step up here. I talked a little bit with the page, and they were like, we actually saw some tendencies that we might be able to take advantage of here, and this is one of them. They're able to get into a good position, as Frost said, from circle 4 on when it popped, and they just sent it because they're actually on the southwest side of El Paso, right? So them being able to get in there, have a good 2-2 split that were able to cover each other, actually won them this game here. They did not have that many kills, but this is a guaranteed 16 points for them, and also a guaranteed 10+ point for me for my fantasy team because he actually pulled up.
I mean, I really like how they pulled it in there, though, because we seem to struggle a little bit, playing the edge, trying to fight their way in through that side, and it's been really rough for them so far. But this is the kind of moves that they need to do. This is the kind of move that we've seen time after time from a team like Entropiq that has been very successful in this tournament. When they can play the edge, they know it's going to be filled with teams. They're basically just going to send it into the center there and try to take something that is going to be open. It's not going to be a primary spot. It's going to be a secondary spot where not a lot of people likes to play it. But at the same time, it's a secondary because it's a little bit worse to play. You're not going to have too much hard cover. It's not going to be a compound. But if you can play that well, you might just get things going for you.
This is really important for Heroic because the truth is they didn't show up in week 1, and they are one of the invited teams that I would argue one of the best teams in Europe. So for them, is this going to give them the confidence they need to start improving their performance for us?
Oh yeah, definitely it will. I hope it will, at least considering what we've seen from them so far. On Sunday they had one of the worst days ever, not just here for them, but overall in the tournament. They had 20 points throughout the whole of Sunday, and that kind of tells you how bad of a day, right? This is the first game coming in here today. They're already getting themselves 16 points on the board, and this is the Heroic that we know, and this is the Heroic that we want to see.
But Avenger BBL getting some really good points there as well. They're sitting up close in the top 7, so they're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, super stacked for both BBL and SKADE. It was 15, 16, and 17 points in general. Nice to see GMT on top of the damage as well. A little close to... It's actually... in general, really good to see GMT and SKADE doing well here. They're able to start off, and I just wanted to kind of pitch in on the Heroic thing. Them being able to start off in the first game like this is a little bit scary for the other teams, because usually when Heroic gets the ball rolling early, they're able to take that kind of morale boost and then confidence and build it into the next games throughout the day and also the whole weekend. So that's probably going to be interesting. They started off with 72 points, I believe, and now they're already on 88. So let's see how many points they're going to be able to accrue today. GMT, the most points for the Twire here, 5 kills and 800 damage, 18 points for him total for this one here. So I guess you're happy here, Sam.
I mean, I'm always happy with my team. They do a good job, except when one of them takes the other out. Gustav, we're looking at you. But I mean, one of the things I would like to talk about is that early altercation with Team Liquid. What happened there for us? Because they lost 2 members less than 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an unlucky rotation that happened. They got a little bit too close to the compound where HOWL was holding it down. But at the same time, what we're also seeing is a little bit of change in terms of the playstyle when it comes to Liquid itself. You can see that James is kind of doing what Batulians is doing a lot of times, trying to take the high grounds, trying to scout out a lot. And that is something that is very new to Liquid that we're seeing. And I think that they're still trying to adapt that kind of playstyle and figure out how to make that work.
We'll have to find out if they're going to be able to make it work, because we still got 4 more games for them to try today. When we return, we'll take a look at the standings and see how game number 1 has impacted those points. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to PCS6 Europe, and we are moving into game number 2. Let's take a look at the standings. We'll figure out how those points that the teams were able to get in map 1 will impact that. And of course, didn't do much at the top though. Entropiq still sitting pretty.
Yeah. Frost, do you want to say something?
I mean, yeah, they only got themselves 3 points, of course, but at the same time, when they have a cushion like they have right now, it doesn't really matter if they have 1 or 2 bad games. So far, this is tangible with the few bad games that Entropiq has had so far. I think they've had 4 before this game, so this was probably the 5th bad game they have. And when I talk about bad games for Entropiq, it's basically a 3 to 4 point game. Normally, when we talk about a bad game for a team, it's going to be 0 to 2 points for the other teams. So despite this, Entropiq is still holding that lead a little bit, and if they can keep on doing like this anyway, it doesn't really matter because they've already accumulated so many points in the previous games.
But also our mid pack here is getting bigger. Heroic kind of joined that mid pack with the 88 points, and we can kind of put it all the way up to ENCE. I would say with 110, it's 22 points different from 3rd down to 10th. So it's a big group in general here, Sam. FAZE catching 5 points on Entropiq. If that continues, we have 14 more games. They will catch them, but it's doubtful that Entropiq will continue to have these kind of blunders of games. Interesting for multiple teams to join in. We're getting NAVI and BBL to jump in to the 100 point or the triple digit point club here. SKADE getting close to that too. And in general, a super jam-packed left side here with the exception of FaZe Clan and Entropiq, of course.
That's very impressive, Avenger. You can do maths while talking. I went completely silent trying to do it in my head. Maths is hard. That's what happened there. I mean, the thing is, a lot of these teams, the top spot is nice. You obviously want to win. But for most of them, they just want to finish high on the leaderboard because PGC points, right? Avenger?
Yeah, of course, of course. Massive amount of PGC points. Huge, like it's 450 for first place. You're basically guaranteed to go to PGC as one of the representatives here out of Europe. Second place also, I think it's 270, which was around the cut. I think 275 last year was the cutoff for PGC, right? So getting second place here practically also nearly guarantees you a place for PGC. It was a bit different last year because we obviously had Northern Lights swallowing a lot of the points from the top, the guaranteed place in the last PCS and the first place in what equals to PCS 6. So I think the bar will be slightly higher this year, 300, 350 in terms of the qualifying, because what it looks like so far from this tournament, I think it'll spread out a little bit more. I don't think we're going to see Northern Lights win 3 out of the 4 PGC points tournaments.
Froz, we're moving into the second game. Where do you think the circle's going to pop?
Where the circle is going to pop, I want it to pop down on the southern side. I really like that kind of area where you have the brown area on the map itself because it's a very versatile, very open area, and it gives to a lot of good gameplay down there.
Toby, Jarissa, let us know. Is Frost right? Is that where the circle's popping?
Well, I mean, with a playing path like this, Sam, it very well could. Again, pretty straightforward playing path. I must say, though, as kind Joro as these games have been over the last weekend, with also providing us with somewhat comfortable circles. That first shift, I mean, probably even more so the second northwest hard shift, that was brutal. That was very, very brutal. So let's, for the players' sake, hope that it's gonna calm down. But for yours, for mine, for the desks, for everyone but the players and the coaches, I suppose, sake, let's get something crazy.
Oh, what would I like? Something crazy. 4 to 10 o'clock. You're right, though. The shift to trailer park was a little bit messy. I want to see a circle that's like the hills above Puerto Paraiso. That would be
the coast
unusual
circles?
And very, very messy indeed. I think it's
yeah.
Mainly because the teams don't normally practice for that sort of thing. It is so rare. It would be so interesting. And I guess that sort of counts as down south, right? That's southeast.
The southern. Yeah, I guess it's given that
everyone
it's on
happy.
the southern side. It's all right. Let's see now, Quizzy. Well, spots 1, spots 2, spots 3. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite have the angle. So he goes, nah, you know what? Not really worth my time. Let me just go back and load it on up. Because, well, as you can see here, the circle has just jumped straight down on top of NAVI, so we'll see how they opt to play around this one. It's always so interesting to me when you have, because I mean, last game we saw everyone trying to grab a piece of the center of the circle. This one, I don't think it's going to be the same way because you have big Minas Mountain in the middle. That's going to be one big, oh, yep, nope, let's not go in that direction because they'll see us on approach. But also because despite Minas being as big as it is, teams don't really usually opt to play around there early on if they aren't either already, I mean, like NAVI now in there, or real close. So this is going to be one of those games where the edges are actually going to be much more filled with players as opposed to what we saw in the previous game where ENCE had like an entire kilometer of space to themselves before they saw a team, and it was the same thing for Futbolist on the southern side. This one is going to be more spread out, which also usually makes for less chaotic phase 2s, pretty much regardless of where it goes, simply because more teams will be ready for that potential hard shift given that they're closest to the edges.
Basically only one team coming down from the north in phase 1 last game, and that was ENCE. In game number 2, we could realistically expect 2 or 3 teams, maybe even 4, opting to go for a wide rotate up north if they choose to do so later on. And those Minas Mountains you're talking about as well, as soon as any game goes to the east of them, every single team's going, quick, everyone needs to camp out south of Junkyard, because we've seen so many circles end there. But when this is phase 1, like, it can end up being so different. And one of those teams will be looking to grab that position early, and sometimes they're great at getting into position early and really holding that out, is BBL. These guys have had so much competitive PUBG experience. They know what they're doing, and given the right circumstances, they frag out hard as well. They've struggled in a couple of the games in this tournament so far, Toby, but we've also seen them win some as well. And they're showing glimpses of some of the proper contender for title kind of team here. They really have shown us some games where they could do that.
I think just go literally like 15 minutes back, there in no world should BBL ever have come second in that previous game. But it goes down to, I mean, obviously it's a team effort and it always is, but in that particular case, Thunderlust really, to me, I mean, off of all the players on BBL, we know what Code Marco has done. He's been like a year and a half back. He was probably one of the, if not the best fragger in all of the EMEA. At least many people coined him to be Smash, as well as had highlight moment after highlight moment across his career. Thunderlust is one of those players that in this tournament in particular has just popped up and shown up when I don't think a whole lot of people expected him to. He's clutched out situations, maybe not game-winning moments, but being able to turn a decent game into an absolutely amazing one. That one as well, getting the 2 knocks, confirmed kills in there, and the placement pointed in as well. The fact that you can wrap up an additional 3 points in the game in the very last, like with your very last bullets before you go down to the blue, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So Thunderlust to me has been, honestly, I mean, probably the BBL MVP of the tournament so far.
Well, considering I have him on my fantasy team, I'm very happy that someone else has said that. But I agree, he really has been on form consistently as well. It's not like he gets a lot of kills in one game and then suddenly has a couple of quiet games. It hasn't really been like that. He's just consistently been the talisman for his team here at PCS6. So it's great to see his teammates also help bring that back up. Sakura Zensen just trying to stop REGNUM CARYA from getting anywhere close, but it looks like REGNUM might be coming into Crash anyway. They only heard the one gun. They're thinking about it.
Tegas was on his way down to try and help out here, but opted to turn around and go up to Salty instead. I mean, Sakura Zensen, again, a team that usually don't want to take these fights early on. Now they might be forced to, fortunately. 2 players are enough for Reg to opt to go the other way. That is very, very, very fortunate because, again, I mean, they're in a wide 2-way split, and had Reg opted to engage there, they would have been a 2v4. Not an unwinnable one, but a difficult one, and there would have been no way in hell that neither Tegas or Salty would have been able to get down there fast enough to help them out.
Very, very fortunate there, and I agree with you. I think it's the second gun, and as soon as they heard there were multiple people in that compound, they went, actually, maybe not quite worth the risk. We'll figure something else out right now instead, which is completely fine. On board now with Road to Glory. They had 1 knock earlier, BNR. I think that might have been a vehicle-related mishap, but that's all sorted now. They are very much out of the range of everyone else right now. Oh, no.
Wait.
Oh, no.
He fat finger that?
He pressed F. That's
can we get
respect.
I was just gonna say, chat, can we get some Fs in the chat?
We need Fs in chat for that.
Can we get some Fs in the chat? We've all been there. We laugh it off. We're like, you laugh at him now, I'm sure, but we've all been there. Don't tell me
I've been there
Don't tell
several
me
times.
no one in chat has ever pressed F at the wrong time.
Oh, and come on, like when you... Okay, this is a long time ago for you and I, but remember the number of times you're first having one of your mates play the game and you go, oh yeah, you just open the door to the car and hit F, and you
Everyone's
just knock...
been there.
I've done that
Everyone's
to
been
people.
there. Everyone's been
That's
there.
a lot of Fs in chat. Wow, okay,
Yeah.
chat are awake today. Hello, everyone. I appreciate that.
Let's see. FaZe Clan making their way in from the north side of the circle. I love this northern rotation from them. I mean, there was probably... Yeah, no, you know what? As I say that, wouldn't have happened. They would never have gone to Furu San Martin. So, pretty straightforward rotation coming in from FaZe. But also, I gotta say, loving that FaZe is this far up the leaderboard this early on. Again, 1.5 good game away from Entropiq right now, and FaZe's team again that usually doesn't thrive early on in tournaments but bounce back later. Now they're sitting, I mean, obviously we already have their point, but even now they could have been the teams further down the leaderboard in, let's say, Heroic's position, and then come the last couple of days they would just skyrocket straight up there. So if they still get that skyrocket day despite already being this far up the leaderboard, that could like, if there was a team to surpass Entropiq, that's FaZe on a good day, and they're within striking distance of doing so.
Look, it's not even FaZe Sunday yet, okay? So if you're within striking distance and FaZe Sunday is yet to come, you're going to be watching your back just a little bit, and I have no doubt Entropiq will have that on the back of their mind as well. But for now, it's this individual game that matters. Mitralius gets a lovely nick onto Perfectix. He's able to move back just in time. I have to wonder how much of that last game was almost meta. Remember when Batulins got knocked early on?
Yeah.
You just have to think specific teams playing against specific plays by specific players in a game of PUBG. These guys really know each other well.
Get away from there. We're not even at the 10-minute mark yet. I can't risk you going down and giving me minus points. No, just no. Get away from there. In the meantime, RGG or SKADE might want to get away from here too, because EB and Navic pulled up on. But as you can see in the background there, the teammates are coming to try and help out. Let's see who comes up victorious here.
Road to Glory opting to take the concrete here, and that could actually be a very sensible
alone.
move. DNR needs to wait. Or he needs to go in and just casually wipe, baby. I mean, that was a big risk move. He could have waited for a teammate to come in behind him, but to be fair, he got the job done. Let's see what the rest of SKADE can do now, because they're trying to move in as well.
Can't fault EB for not expecting that one, because I don't think any other player on the server would have ever dared to pull off a move like that. The issue for Road to Glory is now that they hurt the vehicles too. They know that FaZe Clan are just outside, and oh my lord, this turns out to a stalemate. Now issue being that Dead is probably gonna be living up to his name in just a short while.
There's only so much he can do from there, unfortunately. A spotter from FaZe Clan knows exactly where he is, and everyone else just busy throwing the utility. Great Molotov, and that is Effects finishing that off. There is no way Road to Glory are getting that revive.
Not gonna happen. Tough one there. Alia shadowboxing his way into the next circle. Let's see if they're gonna be blessed with that one too. No! Northern Hardshift, and this is an interesting one for multiple reasons. One of the main ones to me, look at the southern side. A, we have a ton of teams down there having to wrap their way in, but B, the transition from the southeast edge of this circle, it's either through Minas, it's up over a mountain, or it's down towards the valley in the west. None of these teams will have had any chance whatsoever to scout what they're going into. Everyone on that southern side, like we're talking essentially 12 teams here, are going to be pushing into this circle blind, and they won't have time nor space to stop and scout forward because everyone's going to be wrapping in next to them. This is going to be hell for the teams that are coming in late.
And that's why Team Liquid moved to short distance and went, you know what, if this compound is clear, let's let everyone else move ahead of us and be okay for now. I can completely understand the logic there. Everyone else is getting shot at on the approach. Slippy Zerg, well, Zergs don't need wheels, right? So hopefully he'll be fine here. They're going to have to pull up on SKADE. I think Slippy Zerg is essentially lost at this point. He's got 2 wheels on that truck. How on earth is he still going?
Wait, are they... Oh, they stopped here. They could have continued down to the combat. Obviously, again, with no chance to scout forward, they can't just fully commit to that. Zensen now spots one outside. We can have more teams in this compound. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? And now Navi is starting to shoot in from the other side, too. Here comes the push forward, though. Zensen does fall. The Pocket able to find one. Slippy does go down 2 again. Navi showing their presence from the hillside.
And 2 teams rush into each other. How many kills do they get? That's actually the wrong question. Is how many kills do Navi get? I feel like they shouldn't be involved in this fight, and I really want to see them fight it out. But sadly, NAVI are here saying, you know what, we'll take as many free points as you can give us.
Yep, perfect vision up the hillside. They do have teams nearby to worry about, though. Let's see in the meantime. Pixel not opting to reload anytime soon with that gun in hand. Goes for one. Needs to heal up, though, but doesn't really have the time to right now. Mediba, in the meantime, probably should tell him that his teammates are currently fighting inside, but he is, as you can see here, is having a fight of his own, trying to stay alive with a ton of different teams shooting towards him. And once again, it's going to be FAZE Clan trying to do damage from the side. BBL in the meantime, well, we knew they were going to have a hard time rotating in from that southern side, but here they come full speed forward, wanting to regroup with their teammates. Might be possible, depending on what Sakura sends up to do.
So if anyone now is still asking themselves the question, why did Team Liquid move a short distance and then opt to stay where they were? This is why. They were also on the southern side, and they've managed to dodge all of this chaos because of where the circle is moving in. Northern Lights have taken Hacienda itself, by the way, and I can hear people in chat going, yes, we've hot dropped Hacienda for years. Now the trading's paid off. Don't think it's ending there, but I'd love to see that. That would be fun.
You never know. You never know. You know, it's a pretty terrible set of circumstances when you're forced to play one shack in phase 2. That kind of just that goes to show the brutality of this, because had BBL had I mean, there are still available compounds and positions that are playable on the north side of the circle, but as I was saying before, because everyone was coming in from the south, because no one had a chance to scout, it's simply too risky to try and full speed send it through an open field with half the server shooting at you just to get to a compound that might as well be taken at this point. And from a distance headshot there, and then gets the second one as well.
The headshots as well, like
you
that's
don't
not
need
a
more than
fluke.
a 4x. You don't need more than a 4x. Example with a 3x here as well as NAVI. I mean, they're just being a pain in the butt to everyone down towards the hillside. Oh my lord, can we get more crazy shifts?
Let's go.
The good thing about this, as brutal as it may seem, we're shifting out a lot, if not nearly all high ground, which means that all of a sudden those fields that were terrible before are now, well, somewhat deal withable, because you don't have the team sitting up on the hillsides anymore shooting you while you're trying to make your way on through. But good luck finding that one spot that might not have been taken just yet.
Yeah, like some of those fields are going to look okay now, but you settle in and 5 more teams settle in around you, and before you realize it, you have to fend them off from every angle. This is not going to be fun for a lot of teams. We have Heroic, they've got a compound. Team Rage have a compound. Futbolist, though, are trying to argue against that. We've even got ENCE in on the action as well. This is very close to water treatment, so this is outside where the rest of the fights are. Very messy stuff. ENCE trying to come in as the third party, looking around the hay bales. They do that. Team Rage eliminated.
ENCE coming in as the fourth party, essentially, with Futbolist in there now, and then we got Entropiq coming in to try and see what's happening over there as well. Obviously, hearing the shots, hearing the commotion, and now on the other side, BBL, well, they got to sit around for a little while, waiting for everyone to make their moves, and now they are on cleanup duty.
And trying to finish off, remember, Pixelic here with the reload optional. Looking for more members of Road to Glory. Everybody here moving in. BBL, the more immediate threat, but Road to Glory looking for a second bite of the apple. Pixelic, he's got enough bullets for all of them, so he does have to be careful. That's Salic down as well. Who dares enter the Hall of Pixel?
Not easy to make your way on through here, that's for sure. Still 4 BBL players up, though. 93 bullets in the gun. I wonder how many of them he's going to be running through by the time this fight comes to an end. 4 kills already. So Pixel, again, despite SKADE not having the best game here, still points coming through. And look at this, trying to deny any sort of audible cues that Pixel is indeed right around the corner.
Ender lost right round this corner. Oh, remember, Pixel definitely doesn't have to reload. They might be coming in as a duo here, but there are plenty of bullets for everyone. More flashbangs coming through. Pixel standing his ground. This is the tensest moment you can have as a player here. And they move around the corner. They don't go through. Pixel survives to fight another day.
The sneaky snakes that have yet to be found. Bionado making movements. That should be BBL, at least with some sort of an idea that there's a player just upstairs. Bionado, Molly thrown forward. Spots people on the other side. Goes back in immediately after. Didn't like what he saw. Hops back into the cover of the building. Issue is, as you can see here, Blue is coming in rather rapidly. So, you don't have all that much time to sit around here, Bionado. You need to make a play. Spot smash, tags him down to half HP. Still alive.
BNR He's running out of options fast. Flashbang coming in. He's produced another one, but unfortunately can't get the gun back out in time for Ketpa to finish him off. And that's Road to Glory eliminated. And oh my word. First of all, if you're heroic right now, you are very happy. Secondly, if you are almost anyone else, you are screaming right now.
We had water treatment on the very edge of phase 1, and somehow it is still in. Quadruple or a triple northern hardships back to back to back, now forcing everyone that was already fighting on the edge to fight longer and then make their way on forward. In the meantime, Sakura Zensen trying to take out ENCE and the compound. Tixu does go down, but that's still the help of Entropiq over the hillside. Sakura Zensen does lose 2, so Salty and Himman, obviously they want to get the res in, but not quite gonna happen. Pixel in the meantime, yet another kill added, as I think BBL thought they were safe to make the play on forward.
They were both waiting, and then Pixel was just waiting for Codemarker to get into the car, and that was a hilarious play. Codemarker, you have to feel sorry for him there, but Pixel, the tenacity, M249, I don't need to reload. I've got bullets for days, says Pixel. Can't quite get the final one off, but if he did, that would have been insane. That is 7 kills. Cool as you like for Pixel.
And Smash goes down instantly to Blue afterwards, so Pixel almost had him too. That is insane. For starters, should have never happened, but of course, I mean, when you have Pixel's aim and BBL doesn't know where he is to start off things,
wow.
We talk about the element of surprise and could not have been utilized any better. Now, in the meantime, FAZE try and rotate their way on into this one. Surprise, surprise, here comes ENCE.
Oh my god, that is not something you want to see. And unfortunately, Mika goes down as well. That is Thunder eliminated. Can you imagine Latkar moving? What a sight to welcome you there after trying to do so much damage. FaZe Clan survive then, but this hard north shift, it's not over yet. Everyone is still rotating. ENCE and Sakura Zensen have a tenuous agreement to share this compound. Everyone else still basically in trouble.
How in the world Thunder didn't come out of there victorious is surprising to me, but well played by FaZe Clan to at least get to keep 2 people up and inside this circle. Let's see now. Navi peeks on over. Entropiq obviously realizing they have people up close. Needs to be ready for this one first. Nate goes a bit too far. Quizzy makes the peek on over. Damage does come through with an H. You can see the kind of the 2-layer approach that Entropiq's got here. You got 2 people in the gut up close. Make that 3, and you have Nail up over the hillside. Applying pressure from above. Nail up, of course, finds more Ivers there to find the second. Good flashbang, though, to force them back down the hill, but it's not gonna matter. Ivers there once more, as Entropiq prevails and stays alive through the push from NAVI.
19 minutes into this match number 17, we are now into the placement points as NAVI are out in 9th position. Futbolist will be the first to fall there with a point in 8th place. This northern hardship is rough for everybody who doesn't have a compound right now, and the places to hide are getting fewer and fewer by the second. No one in water treatment because they expected it to go out. They were absolutely correct, but this donut, I mean, heroic, excellent position. Liquid, no complaints. FaZe Clan, they're doing okay. Everyone else has to crash.
Joel, do you remember in week 1 when we had that game where the first person died at 15 minutes?
Yeah,
we
that
have
was
23 people alive at 19 minutes. A third of the server has died by phase 4. I mean, this is... It's not unheard of, but it is a rarity. But it goes to show the chaos that the circle's been bringing for us. Let's see Entropiq. Well, they've made the right decisions in their rotations so far. Clip wants to go for the shot with the arm, but can't quite find an angle. Entropiq smart in their rotation pathing here. They're still outside the circle, but believe me, if they find one on Liquid here, they will make a play for it. Oh, James jumps into the container! That's James not being allowed to leave that container until either he dies or Entropiq dies. There's no way they allow for him to get out of there alive.
This is your house now. Oh, wow. Beautiful Molotov. I think that hit Salty square in the chest.
Yeah.
And there's no chance he doesn't get knocked from that. Beautiful stuff from ENCE. And that is another member of Sakura Zensen taken out. Only He-Man left, who's north of the compound and still out in the blue. So not ideal for them at all. I mean, He-Man could try and run in 1v4, but I feel like he's going to get third-partied before ENCE even gets shots on him.
Correct. See, look at the... Heroic has been in this compound for so long. He has 13 spare bullets. That's the issue, right? I mean, Heroic's been shooting at everything, but at a distance. Oh, one tick. Timon gets to stay alive. Do you get more placement points over this? Or potentially even a kill? Let's see. Hill does block a few bullets, and no, unfortunately, it takes two is there ready and waiting, so nothing more will happen for Sakura Zensen as they fall in 7.
And should be able to get that revive up. They've got enough time until the next circle closes. It's phase 5, more or less a donut. And now we have Northern Lights in the unenviable position of having to run around here just to get in. You're going to need like 20 smokes to sort of make a smoke trail to FaZe Clan. And they're split as well, Toby. They can't even all use the same smokes. They can't share.
Yeah, they need Batulins to find some crazy off angle here to help them out. In the meantime, now let's see Entropiq. ENCE up close towards one another. Still got the compound for cover, but all of ENCE is opted to make the push and out to take the fight aggressively. QBE finds one more. Rostermark goes down as well. This has gotten Entropiq written all over it, unless if Squeaky has something to say here. Damage comes out from the other side as well. Look at Liquid. I would assume they're going to make a play off the schemes. They're both making the play, trying to make the run up the hillside, but Entropiq. One good nade, Squeaky. One good nade. Is that a nade? No, it's a flash, and that's ENCE out and out. But Liquid heard it. Liquid has set up for it. Question is whether Entropiq expects it.
2 amazing flashbangs there, to be fair, but unfortunately not enough firepower to follow up at this point of the game. Next circle now, hard shifting to the 10 o'clock position. Team Liquid, Toby, are going to be so happy with this.
After this fight is over, I want people to go back in the spot and see where the north edge of phase 1 was. We have been non-stop hard shifting north the entire game. I've never seen a game where literally every single circle kept going up in that direction. This is very, very rare. And again, can only state it. It goes to show the craziness is what we've seen here. Batulins did opt to go north to help his teammates out. I thought maybe he was going to try and see if he can get an angle from the south and shoot them in the back, but no, goes north around. Nice shots from said player. Able to find a lot of damage through onto Fex. Nade! Oh my lord! Bounces perfectly right in between the building.
Absolutely beautiful nade from Batulins. Takes down Fex here, leaving only HC available. Northern Lights can now push in. This is the reason why they use so much of their utility. They needed a reason to be able to push in without getting shot at non-stop. Batulins stayed back a little longer though, and as a result, HC gets him around the edge of the smoke. He has to communicate this to the rest of his team, who now have to move in super close.
Game FaZe tried to stay put for as long as they could as well here. HC once more fighting with his back against the wall. Only got 27 bullets, nothing to spare. Damage is done initially. Spots low seconds have around, but unfortunately can't quite get him. Spiro, solid off angle on the other side, takes him down. We'll see if that's going to allow for them to get the rest onto Batulins. They are safe right now, but here comes Entropiq. Do they know that Liquid has made the push on up? James, nade in hand already, ready for this fight. They don't know. They have no clue that Liquid is here. Such a smart play from Liquid.
Evas getting headshot out of the vehicle instantly. Let's take a look at what the rest of Entropiq are going to do in response. James already up over the top with the grenade into the smoke. That is a beautiful grenade. That's a double knock there from James. Lucarux and Naylor both going down. And Entropiq's chances of taking the chicken dinner here in match number 17 are suddenly in tatters.
Just when you think you're safe, the nade god shows up again. Primed the first one to perfection. Second one locked on over. Should be the flushes coming through, and indeed it is.
Beautiful.
Entropiq down to just QBE, and what a perfect setup from Team Liquid. They were in trouble when James rolled it into the container. It seemed like Entropiq had the upper hand, but they knew. They heard that Northern Lights and FaZe were fighting on the other side. They knew they had no threats coming in from the southern side. As long as they're occupied with one another, we are free to make the push on up towards the north side hill. And there was no way Entropiq... I'm not going to say they shouldn't have expected it, but I'm saying they didn't, and it played out perfectly for Team Liquid.
It really did. James, look, the takeaway from that, the highlight reel is going to be the grenade, but it's the setup to get to that point that was so beautiful from Team Liquid. Everything was done so well. Lou, beautiful. 2 headshots in a row, takes out Page as well. Northern Lights are playing this so patiently, but they're playing it beautifully.
Sit down. Sit down, Page, is what's being yelled from the top of the hillside here as Lou finds one. It's still a tricky situation for them because they can't peek over the ridge knowing that Liquid is there ready and waiting on the other side. They need to commit to this fight down the hill.
Yes.
Buggies start flying. Spiro, no helmet, but might have an off angle here. He spots T-Bone as well. Good info to be able to give across to your up-close teammate.
high ground for Northern Lights. What can they do against Heroic here, who have to move in somehow? Lou holding them out at the broken wall, really forcing them in. NLT, these guys, they're happy to play for time and just let Heroic run themselves out of time with the blue here as well. They are on a ticking time bomb. They have to do something soon.
Yeah, they have to for sure. Blue. Gotta bounce that nade perfectly. Try to get on the backside of the building. Not gonna find anything. Flashes drop through now as well. They're out on the wall, expecting them to be there. Does he spot Corexi? Now he does, but it's too late. Nice double headshot coming through from Corexi to find the knock there. Batul and Spiro up over the hillside. They still have cover, but look at this in the meantime. Mexi is crossed on over, wanting to set up for a potential backstep on the other side.
Yeah, Lou being very aggressive there. Northern Lights now eliminated because Beamy and Corexi just power through them. Lou very aggressive at the beginning. They're giving Heroic the gap that they needed. Now that they knew there was no one close to them, they don't have to worry about that anymore. After Lou got knocked, they could then take the opportunity to push out. And I feel like Northern Lights weren't very prepared for that.
The only place that Heroic can go from here is down to exactly where Mexi is sitting behind that rock, and that's what they don't want to allow for him to do. QPE. Oh, no more smokes. Dangerous run on through here. This game looks very, very winnable for the four-man
set up the smoke train, guys.
Yeah,
we're good to go.
Yeah, here comes the car, though. Let's see Beamy with a bolt in hand. Does get the tag on towards Flip. Forces him back. Mexi's on the rock, though. Finds the first one. Does get the second one as well. Doesn't quite happen. Still alive for Rexy, at least for now. No, as I say that, Mexi takes him down too. Solid game, though, regardless of how this one turns out. Very, very good game from Heroic, having just won one to now get a second place, unless if T-Bone can... Yeah, nope, not even gonna happen.
No, he's gonna deny that.
Gonna happen. There you go. What a game. Back to back to back to non-stop back north circles. Liquid prevails from inside there, and I gotta say, Joel, it was their proactiveness. It was their push up the hillside to deny Entropiq that won that game. What a heads-up play from them, understanding the action that was going on in the south that allowed for them to make that play.
They had to rotate the right way. They had to seize the opportunity to grab the compound that they did. And then they were super good at reading where everyone else was going to rotate and when as well. So it's a victory for the boys in blue. They're in match 17. Let's toss back over to the desk to hear their thoughts.
Do we want to hear Froz's thoughts, though? Do we really want to hear the double dipper celebrate his win? Nah. Let's talk about the actual game, because from start to finish, that was a masterclass in how to play PUBG from Liquid. Froz, I'm actually going to give you this one. It started very early on with their early rotates. Walk us through how they did it, how they got to the gas station, how they were able to protect it.
Of course, we saw him, as per usual, rotating out for Picado pretty early on, taking the compound a little bit northeast of there on the roadside, because a lot of times you can farm a lot of people that is trying to rotate through there. They didn't catch anyone, but the circle kept on going north, and we saw them moving to the next compound. A very small rotation, and not a bad one, because they put two on the high ground just west of them as well, so they had a lot of control, and they knew if the circle moves away from us, we need to go north or anything. We can always go through San Martin. That is always going to be empty. No one's going to be there, not in a circle like this. So they already have a plan B to what is going to happen if they don't get the circle itself. If they get the circle on top of them in that compound, having the high ground, they're going to be farming. That didn't happen, and they rotated further on to the north, of course, later on, getting into the gas station. But they didn't stop there. They had two on the high ground just southwest of there earlier, making sure that they had both high ground control and the gas station. The gas station is a very important point there towards the end game, because they're so barren around it that you can get a lot of points from there. Of course, they get a little bit lucky as well, getting the circle on top of them, but it was two main plays. Again, what Toby mentioned earlier there, with the Liquid moving up free players up to the north there, because that is the weakest spot from the gas station that someone could crash into them. And they knew that, and they held that down with free players while VOD himself was holding down the gas station. After that, of course, they taking out Entropiq. They moved with Mexi moving down south, playing by that rock. And that was also a very big move, because he could stop a push from someone like Heroic coming down with a car there. And even if they would pass Mexi, they would crash into the compound. Mexi would be able to shoot them in the back. Meanwhile, the rest of the team could shoot them from the front, from inside the gas station. So very well executed game here from Liquid overall.
Avenger, Heroic though as well. I mean, they've popped off. They've woken up in week 2.
They're starting off week 2 team, of course, here, and the roughest thing about this game in general was the land ratio shift obviously went north in the 4th circle, but the next shift also went north, and it centered on top of the gas station, forcing a lot of teams to kind of rethink what they were planning to do. Heroic had to push on to Northern Lights. We saw the fight with ENCE and Entropiq, and overall in general, it's such a nice shot here from Lou taking out Page. Super unfortunate for Heroic, but Heroic actually ended up coming out on top. They have 10 kills, and they had to deny this. There's no point for them to give another point to a team that's they're very top. But in general, all the teams that we're expecting to step up here in week number 2, they're doing so.
For sure, and I mean, the thing is, these are teams that are all fighting for that top spots. Obviously, Entropiq, they're going to be really happy. They won't be happy. They want to win. But finishing in 3rd, they're going to have the points that they need to keep them in that top spot. But now it's really starting to look like everyone's waking up a little bit. And we'll get to see a bunch of the stats coming up. But this is going to impact that top 7, top 8 in a huge way, Avenger.
Yeah, massively. It's getting extremely stacked in the top here. It's in general a fight for 3rd to 8th place now, and it's extremely close. From Northern Lights all the way down to Heroic, what we saw before, and many teams are going to be on those triple digits here. We're going to have a huge fight for 3rd place and down to 9th. And remember, there's a massive point difference on the PGC points and in the prize pool, so it's insane. Heroic and Team Liquid both on 16, and Entropiq with a good game, kind of extending their lead a little bit down to FaZe Clan. Those 5 points that FaZe Clan they were able to catch in the last game, those are now removed from Entropiq having 5+ in this one, so the lead continues here for Entropiq.
You can see SKADE sitting in 6th place there with those 7 points. Fraz, all 7 coming from Pixel. He just popped off. What was that all about?
It is not often you see someone pick up the M249 and start playing that. Pixel is one of the few players who will ever do that. And this was the perfect scenario, right? He was the lone survivor. He had 2 teams in the compound with him, and he utilized that so well. You can also see how he was using his movement, trying to make very small steps to not make any sound as well, moving around, but always making sure that he's taking a 1v1. When he knew against BBL, for example, he was always pushing against one BBL player to make sure he's up against one player only, and he can't get flanked straight away. He was always taking those 1v1s, creating those 1v1s where he has the opportunity to win them time after time after time, and which is basically did, except for the last one. But amazing play from Pixel overall in that compound.
Definitely, SKADE. All those points came from him. You better give him a pat on the back. He is, of course, your MVP for this game, and no surprise, it was a good performance. I must be honest, though, after these first 2 games, it's starting to look very hot, very aggressive. You know, normally when we start these games, it's a little bit of a slap and tickle at the beginning. Everyone kind of dodges around. It hasn't been the case for the last 2. It's been full aggro right from the start. If you think you can get a kill, you're running off to get it. Is that kind of going to be the pace we're going to see for the next 3 days, Avenger?
No, I can tell you exactly why. It's because we have had 2 insane circles here to begin things off with. First of all, the Northwestern shift in the first game was insane. There's not a lot of areas to be played, so the teams are making what they believe is going to be the winning play, right? Or a play that could put them into a winning position. So they have to do that. Also here, once we saw those 2 north circle shifts here in game number 2, the teams realize, okay, we cannot win this game. Then they turn around and they try to squeeze as many points they can out of the game, just like we saw here from Pixel, like we saw from some of the crashes that were like, why are these guys fighting? It's because they had no chance of winning the game, so they're trying to get as many points out of the game that they're in currently.
We are going to head to the final Miramar game for today, right after this quick break.
They could be close.
Are they coming down left on you?
They could be in theory.
No, they can be.
There's already smokes on green. They're pushing to you.
One guy's still up. One guy's still up on the hill.
They're up.
They're gonna go left because they're gonna get shot by warehouse. They're gonna come your side.
I'm dead. Good DC.
I'll res you, right?
You can rest, right? If it's safe.
Yeah, they're probably gonna push down left.
Right down, jumping down, jumping down.
2 guys dead.
Three guys jumping down. I'm nading them.
I think you take the car alone. They think we both leave.
Yeah, sure.
I followed them.
One is still up. Three down.
I just drive to you, right, Yimbo?
We're gonna have to fight them here.
Mix is gonna kill them. They really slow me.
peeking.
I have good flank.
Top guy low.
Mix is full behind 3 guys, yeah.
Yeah, I'm nading, Follow you.
Burn third one.
One up still.
Look, third one under Maxi.
One is all the way up.
You saw top smoke.
I'm knocked.
One on board.
We're close, yeah, close. Close on me. One back.
In between you mix him.
Yeah.
Third one knock. Dead.
Nice,
Nice,
Maxi.
Maxi.
You were busy watching that Team Liquid fight there, and Avenger actually had a chance to chat to Mixi about that very altercation. What did he have to say?
Yeah, I actually talked with him about this. He was like, it was unfortunate that he got knocked, and if Gustav didn't pop off a little bit there, they would probably have been a little bit more alive. But he was able to have an off-angle flank, and he felt like FaZe Clan actually forgot a little bit about him being potentially in the blue because he got that knock. So he had an amazing flank. As we heard from Clip as well, Clip was dead, but he had really good comms throughout that. So it's like, Clip has an amazing off-angle. He might have 3 kills, like leading the other guys through it so they can delay the fight a little bit to make sure. But unfortunately, they lost 1 player, and Liquid couldn't get out with, I think it ended up only being Mexi in the very end towards that. So no, it was actually James that was in the end for that fight there. In general, that game was actually crazy. Like the guys from SKADE have to come off the CARYA. I think James got a double knock on SKADE, and that delayed the whole SKADE fight. And then we obviously saw the Entropiq pull up onto NAVI, where Nalo 1v2'd the NAVI guys in the very bottom there. And I think it was HOWL that won that game.
So a little bit of behind the scenes insight for you. And now let's take a look at the standings after game number 2.
Oh.
That lead for Entropiq Froz, I'm gonna start getting worried for everyone else.
I mean, I would get worried too if you see them popping off like they did here in the previous game. Of course, no matter if they were down to 1 player QBE towards the end, they're being able to get that 3rd place as well and getting those placement points. But one of the big things is how they're fighting the teams. Look at how Entropiq was taking on NAVI, for example, when NAVI crashed them. You had QB, you had Nalup in the back line, and then basically QB went to the front line and helped out while Nalup is staying on the back and making sure he can give that covering fire, and the rest of the 3 guys can just push full on NAVI and just take them out straight away.
Really, really close though, Avenger, between sort of, you would say, the 2nd spot all the way down to 8. This is tight. I mean, even SKADE is in with contention there. This is very close.
It's down to 18 points now only. Before we were at 22, right? So from 3rd to 9th place, it's within 1 good game that these guys can all shift in between. And it's insane, right? Because it's 7 teams, and there's a huge, massive difference in PGC points and in prize pool. And if these guys continue to kind of follow each other throughout, which is very likely from what we're seeing just in the first couple of games here, it's going to be so close, and it's going to come down to the last day if you get 20 points or 40 points in PGC points, or you get more than 120, right? So hugely close leaderboard, and it's going to be super interesting follow. I'll still say though, FaZe being this close to Entropiq, I think they still have a good chance to catch them here. It's just 1 or 2 bad games for Entropiq.
Let's catch Toby and Jorisar now as they take us into game number 3.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yes, 1 more Miramar to play here today before we head on over to Erangel for the final 2. I'm Toby, joined by Joro. And oh, Joro, that last game. Again, I mean, these playing paths, incredibly kind to us. But today, phase 2 has just been the circle of death, essentially. I mean, those shifts, the first one, hard really northwest. This one, essentially hard northwest too. Are we just straight now going into, doesn't matter where the first circle goes, because we know the second one is going to hard shift northwest?
It's been they've been a lot of fun. Like, we think the circles are going to be normal, and then they just throw the twist in phase 2, and I'm okay with that. I don't know if I prefer that over a really crazy phase 1 circle and then it normalizes. I don't like, we cast quite a lot of those last week, for example.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see PUBG throw us a couple of different situations. And importantly, it's interesting for us as viewers to see how the teams react to this as well. Oh, would you look at that? I think we've cast this circle about 4 times.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this one
but
before.
It hasn't ended in the same place.
That is
true. That
is true. We are, though, gonna end somewhere in between, well, I suppose El Azhar and Rustenmar.
Yes, I agree.
That's just what I'm gonna say now, because that's been our go-to in these. But then again, I mean, one thing that I
Obviously, it's never amazing having the circles go in the same spot all the time, but at the same time, I kind of think it is. For one reason, and one reason alone, is how do teams approach it differently? Because as similar as circles tend to be, and that's one of the things that I like the most about PUBG, you cannot have the same game twice. Especially like when there are so many teams on the server and things just happen. Like obviously the playing path is always going to be different to some extent as well. You never get the same game twice. In other games that can, at least in my experience, very well happen. But PUBG in this case is so replayable because even though the circle is always very similar, teams never do the exact same things. And I cannot help but think back to that moment where Liquid wrapped out on the east side and got butchered by Entropiq. Those sort of things are going to be playing in the back of Liquid's mind now as they approach this circle. Because the game after, we had a similar circle last week, that is, and they opted to go in from the west side. So now the question becomes, do we go back out to the east, thinking maybe Entropiq ain't going to do the same thing they did then? Or how do we go about this? So many decisions to have to be made, especially for all those teams that are currently far west of this first circle.
So, first circle, northeast here. There will be a couple of teams like the teams that are really far west, where we could expect them to go far north or far south. The bunch of teams that are just outside of the circle means that there will be a minimum of 6 or 7 teams that are coming into phase 1 from the west side. And as a direct result of that, what Toby was just saying, it means when it looks like there should be plenty of compounds to take, the 1 or 2 you end up scouting out could already be taken by the time you get there. And you don't want that in phase number 1. PUBG is a game about survival. You want to get those placement points. You want to get up into that top 8. And you can't do that if you're taking fights early on where, yes, you might get a couple of kill points if you win this fight. But the downside if you lose that fight is you're out in 16th or out in 15th with no placement points whatsoever. So it's a big risk to take early in the game, which is why these teams now have to think very long and hard about how they're going to get hit.
Unless if you're in trouble. Because they don't care about the rules. They just do what they want. They kill it.
No. They just roll up. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
They don't mind too much. They're still.
I mean, who are in the middle.
It's baffling to me, absolutely insane to me that they currently are. I mean, considering their lead, they are only, and I say only 12. Ouch. They're only 12 kills away from having more kills alone than second place has placement points. I think that's insane. They have 127 kills coming into this game, and FaZe Clan currently sits at 139 points in total. That is wild to me. What is it with this? What is it with this Rich and everyone hitting something there?
Well, with 3 wheels, I feel like we can forgive him just a little bit there. But no, you're right. Entropiq are very good at reading rotations and being in the right place at the right time, but they're backing it up with a level of fragging ability this tournament that we've seen from them before, but maybe we haven't seen from them this consistently before. And it's been such a joy to watch because you go, oh, they've had a good game. Are they going to have a bad game now? We've moved past that now, Toby. We're now going, are they going to have a good game or a great game? Because that's how consistent they've been. And when you start speaking about a PUBG team in terms like that, you know the momentum's behind them. You know they're on a roll. So happy for them and eager to see what they come up with next.
If we look away from the current Titans sitting on the top of the leaderboard, though, one team that are on your screens right now, at least the map feed that is far up to the north and not in a hurry to get to the circle at all, is Heroic. Well, let's hold that thought for a second because Rek has opted to take a fight. So Navi currently in a wide split here. Only 2 players here to hold off. Let's see if the 4-man strong Rek can deal with Example and Millman.
And this isn't, by the way, one of the teams that are rotating in from the west side. This is basically center circle here. Example almost gets one down, but can't quite make it. We've got Melman there with the return. We need to see more players come in to try and clean this up, though. And I think they just about managed to do it.
No, they turned it on. Okay, I was just going to say there, it's too late at that point. Both players down. You know the flush is going to be coming in. They will have a chance to reset before you come in as well. And you still have prime real estate and junkyards. So, unfortunate to lose 2. There, but I think the right decision is made for Navi to kind of admit defeat in that situation and back off and at least try to play for the play the long game and trying to maintain control of Junkyard.
This is interesting as well. I don't know what information REGNUM CARYA had, but that's also like a little bit of a nice adaptive move compared to what the rest of the teams in the circle are doing, because you don't expect a team to full send it into an occupied compound in phase 1. Like, you go back and you take a look through competitive PUBG. Does it happen? Yes, but it happens very infrequently. So as soon as they recognize someone was there, I wonder how much information they had about how split the team was. And I think the reason they won that fight is because of good scouting and catching them off guard.
Oh yeah, definitely. There was an incredibly like heads-up play from Reg to pull up the way that they just did that.
Really good.
Because had there been 4 NAVI players in that compound, I'm not gonna say that Reg couldn't have won it. I'm just gonna say that it's likely that NAVI would probably have come out on top.
Yes, I think so.
Let's see now,
It's,
Blue.
It's one of those things, right? In PUBG, you've got some teams that are expected to win a firefight against other teams, and that's fine. But the elements of surprise and preparation is worth so much that it's not to say skill doesn't matter. It matters a lot. That's why 1v4s can happen, right? But when you set yourself up in such a way that you're not favored to win the fight and you still manage to come out 3 out of 4 times with the dub there, that's really good in-game leadership, really good preparation.
I mean, let's put it this way. If you can put yourself in a position where your opponent doesn't get to shoot at you, it doesn't matter how great his aim is. If he doesn't get to fire bullets, I mean, he's probably going to die. That being, of course, if you can hit the bullets. That's
assuming your aim's going to,
Exactly. That's
it works for these guys, maybe not for me.
Alpha Omega and all of this. Let's see now. BBL wrapping all the way in from the south here. They have Entropiq in a wide split. I'm not expecting to see BBL try and pull up on anything here. They aren't going forward together though on the southern side of the circle. FAZE in the meantime, well, they've been shot by a lot of different people already, and now one more team to join the fun is the road to glory. So FAZE opted to play a little more quiet early game here on the north side of the circle.
So this circle, for those of you who are just tuning in now, was essentially 30% unplayable, if not slightly more than that. And as a result, the teams are bunching up a little bit more central than usual. So provided we have a phase 2 which isn't brutal, and to be fair, according to today, that hasn't really happened yet, we're expecting phase 2 to be relatively quiet. And I realize I'm saying that off the back of 2 games where phase 2 was brutal, but normally that's what we'd expect. We'll find out in a couple of seconds whether I'm about to eat those words.
Look at the Thunder split. You got Double and El Sahar.
What's Hiruzen
doing?
You got
Hibako and Mika in the gas station, and you have Hiruzen, the furthest north player. I mean, we did see him in a 3-wheel pickup truck earlier, and he was already the one trailing behind his teammates in that rotation. And I think that was the call coming through saying there's people next to us, don't go this way in a 3-wheel car because you will die, similar to what Dead is doing right now. So I think it's horrible for them to be split this far apart, but I honestly think had they not, the alternative would be that Hiruzen would have died on that rotation. So I mean, rather be split than dead, I suppose.
I suppose so. And crucially, Hibako manages to get the knock onto Dead, which means that they can hold the gas station area. That buys Hiruzen a bit of time as well, because now that they know no one's actively contesting them here because one player's dead and the cavalry hasn't arrived, that gives them a little bit more to work with, especially because it's more or less the closest thing to the next center they've got. Very interesting.
I don't think this circle could have included more players. Also, we didn't
struggled, yeah.
Also, we didn't hard shift northwest, at least not that far north. So this is all things that I'm sure the players are pretty fond of. Let's see. Oh, Kidpa, caught off guard there. All of Reg inside their vehicle will cause a bit of a slowdown for the BPL rotation. Now, in the meantime, Northern Lights, perfect explosive proton down. Do they stay around to respond to this? Once again, it's HOWL. HOWL have kind of been the thorn in the heel of a lot of teams' early rotations, and now they're going up against the entirety of Northern Lights, but fortunately, ENCE are there to help as well. 2 players down in an instant, make that a third. Northern Lights in trouble, just Lou left alive.
Spiro and Perfectix down, only Lou up, but he's getting shot at from elsewhere. This is not good. More utility coming round, and that is it. Rustenmar will finish him off, and that's Northern Lights in 16th place.
Think of how often in this tournament, not necessarily eliminated, but how often Northern Lights has been taking casualties in the early game in this tournament so far. I honestly think this is wait, guys, okay, so clearly Northern Lights has literally been winning every single tournament up until this point. We gotta do something to prevent them from doing that. For example, fire and hit shots like that. Squeaky, what a absolute beast of a shot there. Gets Thendalos down and out. But honestly, I mean, this is, I think, so many teams reading up on what do we do to counter the team that keeps winning, keeps preventing us from doing anything. Because Northern Lights constantly, like in situations where they would always go unscathed or unharmed, they constantly run into, oh my lord, Squeaky again? Allow them to rotate. Not gonna happen. Thendal will smash both down before they even reach the compound.
Insane stuff there from Squeaky. My god, he really does not relent, does he? BBL down to 2 players, having to heal inside the containers, and that's about as good as their position's going to get for a little while. ENCE there, and Squeaky in particular, delightful. But to finish off your thought, I completely agree, Toby. Think about it this way. The way Batulins died on the mountain, the player that went goat hunting. I'm trying to think of another instance anytime in this tournament where a player who you could name from their behavior has been targeted that way. I think that might be the only example, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's, to be honest, the smart decision from many other teams. If you know that what kind of gets the NLT wagon going is them being able to spread out and get info early, deny them that opportunity to spread out and get info early, take down their players trying to fetch that info for the rest of the team, and that way you'll see the Titan crumple, right? And that's kind of, again, Northern Lights still sit in a, I don't want to say comfortable, but a pretty good 4th place spot right now. So it's not like they've had a bad tournament by any means. We have just, over the course of 2021, been used to seeing Northern Lights literally top out every single time they had a chance, the same way that Entropiq are doing right now. So it's impressive to me to see that so many teams are opting to try and counter what they do, because Northern Lights has never run into this much trouble early game as they're doing in this tournament.
No, they really haven't, and they've still got time, to be fair, to make it up there. I think the danger for Northern Lights, it's not so much that they're in 4th place. Hey, El Azhar ending. No, it's going to be south of El Azhar. But Northern Lights, they've been in a position where they're winning so many times. I think the danger for them now is one chicken dinner, realistically, worth of points, separates 2nd from about 9th right now. I mean, I'm sorry, but if that was real life, that just became a statistic. And Noik, he's not going to be liking this at all. Quick, get to the Venga bus.
The fact...
No, he's going to run. He prefers to run.
The fact that it's the car, the fact that it's the pickup truck that flips and not the bike.
Right.
It has my mind melting the same way that I hope Pixlic will continue to melt Thunder players to get Navi out of here alive. But the fact that it's the bike that comes out on top in that fight there between vehicles, that is
strong neck muscles.
That is, if you're used to carrying your players the way that Pixel's doing right now, that has got to be the neck muscles working perfectly for Pixel. I think there was a joke to be made earlier, and I kind of lost that opportunity there. But I'm still gonna do it.
There was once in my life, I used to race go-karts competitively, and I had a very similar crash where I landed on my helmet upside down, and I can tell you, it feels a lot worse. It feels a lot worse than what these guys made it look like right now, I can tell you. Oh my goodness.
That is insane. 18 out in the meantime, alongside the rest of FAZE, obviously realizing there ain't a whole lot to play from the northern side. So let's get down. I like this play. Make our way down to the southern side of the city, because then we will have a kind of a means to exit. The issue is they ain't the only team with that idea. SKADE already down here. RTG still inside the center, or I should say the north portion of the city. But I like the fact that FAZE like full-on commits to getting to the southwest side, because that is, in all fairness, the side of the circle or the side of the city with the best chance to get up the mountains.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, actually. It's if you have to pick a single spot in El Azhar where you can do your best to protect your vehicles and you can get out if needed. No one likes getting out of cities in PUBG, right? It's like one of the worst things you have to do. But FaZe Clan have put themselves in the best possible position to do that while still banking their hopes on an urban ending. So they're in the position where they've got the best of both worlds. Does that guarantee they'll be in phase 6? Of course not, but they're playing the odds very, very smartly.
They are. We see Entropiq once again trying to wrap on forward. They've caught Reg this time around. The Reg against smart decision making and taking the fight to Navi earlier, but now a little split, and you do not want to give Entropiq a chance to take this fight. Schofield able to find Slippy from this side. As a matter of fact, Paul was going to be an Entropiq player to get that knock, but not going to happen. Third nade should get the flush confirmed. Indeed, it does. Nail him. Able to find the kill as Entropiq continue their killing spree.
Schofield watching on there as Team Rage. They're on just about the edge of the next circle, but let's see what happens now. It is that hardship. FaZe Clan have had that pay off. SKADE and FaZe reasonably happy. Road to Glory don't need to move from inside Al Azhar. And now everyone's going to pile into the city because statistically speaking now, we are almost more likely than not to end up with an urban ending.
If you could see my face right now, holy hard shift. This is absolutely insane. Futbolist, full speed forward, they go older, and unfortunately it does go down, but at least, hey, I mean, you get yourself a spot in the city, can't complain about that. So at the loss of a player, sure, you'll take that as long as you get to stay alive for the next couple of circles. Still got plenty of teams on the southern side, though, that have to try and somehow make their way further forward. And again, I mean, that hillside, Joro, that hillside's only going to house so many teams. I feel like you got to commit. The issue is, with it being an open hardship, teams cannot get up there. You simply, at this point, cannot do that hard wraparound unless if you're already in the nearby vicinity. Entropiq now trying to do that, but they're going to be backfilling 3 teams. PPL don't want to stay on the hillside either, but look at the amount of teams shooting at them.
Yep, they're trying to move into the south side of Al Azhar, and if you remember earlier, SKADE are here, FaZe Clan are here, so this is not easy at all. We watched earlier on Futbolist move into the northeast portion of the city, and what Toby was describing, the high ground there can be a bit tricky, because right now Futbolists are sitting happy, but if you have 2 or 3 teams try to make that high ground as well, suddenly they become the meat in the sandwich. So it really depends on what all of the other teams choose to do here. There are no fewer than 6 teams now inside Al Azhar, with everybody else playing edge.
Mexi gets around the ridge clip there to help him out. Fortunately into it, so Laza gets taken down. More vehicles coming on through. Mexi gonna let them pass. That's interesting to me. I mean, obviously there are other players shooting. I thought he was going to try and peek up and over, but nope, not going to try and take that shot. Will allow for at least 3 Team Rage players to get through. I say safely. That's not safe at all. Beam is there ready and waiting with a barrel. But surprised to me that FX did not take. I mean, sorry, Mexi did not take that shot earlier.
I'm a little surprised as well. Maybe he thought, I reckon Mexi was shot at earlier from a third-party angle that he thinks could have been reactivated if he started shooting. Maybe, but I don't know for sure. NAVI now. Lead, that's Quizzy being bled out by Mur. Not having the greatest time. Reg and NAVI, they're on this southern side, and they're going to be outside of circle very, very shortly.
Yeah.
It's a 1v1 there. That was a messy fight, to say the least.
Messy indeed. Here comes Thunder full speed forward. I guess there's more room for people inside this city.
Yeah, why
Let's
not?
see. Squeaky and ENCE fighting Entropiq once again. Entropiq came out victorious last time, and here we go. Heroic and Thunder. Potentially with fight to be had, but no, actually. I wouldn't assume to see Heroic up to push this. Now they kind of got inside the compound safe, and on the other side of it, well, repeat of last game. Entropiq victorious once more.
HOWL very close to ENCE now, trying to third party here. Eski gets Evas, but Lukarux managing to trade. Entropiq now with only 2 up. Remember, they were still reeling from that fight against ENCE, so they need to do their very best now. On the left side of your screen, Lukarux looks like he didn't quite catch the angle from the Mad, and that means he's down as well. Only 1 player left up. That's QB. He's gone for the in-smoke res of Nailap. Might go for Evas as well. I think Nailap will go for Evas while QB tries to find another angle. Grenades coming into the smoke now. They might get a double. They have to be wary here. What can Entropiq do?
Could be a nice flank here for him. I think the audible cues will come through, but doesn't matter. Spots the first one. Headshot, body shot to follow. Gets 1 down, 2 down. No! Tusta able to turn on that one. Solid play coming through. Did not expect him to come out victorious.
Oh!
And Entropiq taken out. Smart play by HOWL there. And honestly, I mean, insane kind of flick from Tusta to not only catch that happening, but also be able to take down his opponent on the side. Very impressive play from him to stay alive there. Unfortunately, I don't think for much longer. Yep, nope, not going to happen. Mexi finds a freebie.
That was a tricky fight, to be fair. Entropiq almost came back at it. HOWL, great attempt there. And to be fair, they did manage to wipe Entropiq, but only able to keep that last player alive. Entropiq nearly turning it around, but not quite. That's NAVI eliminated. If you remember, they were fighting the last member of REGNUM CARYA on the very, very southern tip of phase number 4. And now we're focusing on what's going to happen in Al Azhar on phase 5. That is a busy mini-map if I've ever seen one on the bottom right of your screen there.
Not often that we're heading into this city with how the mountains usually force us away from there, but seems like we are here. We did see EB running scarily into a counter non-stop just before. It does look like he's back in the game, though, fortunately. Because SKADE were one of the teams that we had the earliest, and honestly, I think had what looks to be there not been a DC for EB earlier, they would have done more to not allow for teams to get this close to them. But obviously,
Sure,
you don't wanna aggress too far forward if you have a player DC'd already, and there's a hope that he can still get back up on his feet. And it seems to me like he is back in. Look at this. I mean, we're on loot for Sakura Zensen right now. I guess you're gonna need it because you still have to get off this hill somehow.
And I think Sakura Zensen are very, very pleased with themselves, with the exception of needing to get off this hill at some point. It's going to be rough. If they manage to survive that next rotation, I think they will be fine indeed. Oh dear, that is Alia getting deleted en route to this position.
Not gonna allow for that to happen. So, Sakura Zensen, tell us about the rotation you made where you crashed straight into FAZE and instantly died. I think, I'm not gonna say that I am in any way an oracle, but let's see what happens.
I think they'll try and go towards Liquid, and then last minute when
Where
they
would
realize
they
they can't
go
get up
from
the cliff, they'll turn into Team Rage instead.
I guess
because they realize they can't get anywhere.
I mean, I guess you can sit here and wait next circle. Oh no, him and committed early. Had he just known that there is still a place to be had up above him, he will fall down, but blessed with that one. Here comes the rest of Sakura Zensen. Downhill we go, full speed forward. Where are you opted to stop? Oh, they had the hill for a while. No, Nixie hits the rock. Not gonna happen. James finds him. Will he get the point off it as well? Yes. Clip there to find the flush. And, well, again, everything considered. Everything considered. Losing 2 to at least get into the circle, and not only that, but also sit dead center.
Yeah.
Worth it? Question mark.
I was half right. Like, they did go towards Liquid and then move in towards Team Rage, but they were also completely different members of the team, so I don't know how correct that would end up being there. But I'll take the victories as they come. The chaos is about to begin, by the way, because everyone on the edge here in the Northeast is looking for a way to just make it 2 or 3 buildings down. It's going to cost them so many frag grenades. They're going to be so many smokes, so many mollies. This is about to get brutal.
We saw BBL get here early, opting to play as far out as they could, and only 2 players alive, obviously not wanting to take any fights here at all. But this north side has to make a move further south, and we're talking heroic right now. They still have space to maneuver. RCG will have to do the same thing. They're making the runoff here. Don't want to take the up-close fight. Unfortunately, I would say for Road to Glory, they have kind of dodged and weaved their way out of vision from Team Liquid, that is. So they should be all right for now to sit around where they are. They actually still have a building or 2 further down south they can move towards. I like this Liquid positioning, though. Keep 2 on the hillside, keep Mexi and Vard down below to make sure that no one ups to rep. Because right now, Vard and Mexi is the fire escape for teams in Clip. They need to have a place they can go, and that's where they are.
The most important 2 words you just said, Toby, are right now, because when this 3 o'clock hard shift happens and they have to walk into Sakura Zensen and Team Rage, oh my god. Now, the good thing is, at least James and Clip, they will, because they're on the high ground actually, they get to protect all their vehicle tires, so they still have the ability to send it somewhere in a car. So it's not like they have to come down on foot, but they're really gambling on this circle, man.
Oh, did Gustav hear something? There could be just a split second of an audible cue of footsteps on the other side, but of course we know that that's all these pro players need. Gluttony, single player left alive. Futbolist, tough game for them. 0 kills so far. And believe me, I mean, honestly, if there are players that would love for this to go anywhere but the hillsides, that is, well, essentially everyone but Team Liquid. Because right now, what is preventing anyone from really taking a fight to anyone else is the third-party factor up on the hillside. So, Clip, he's about to move through that. That is insane. But fortunately, T-Bone there to help his teammate out. Clip forced down and out. Or down and back, I should say, from that hill. And now, let's see next circle. James already parking, expecting the circle to go away, and indeed it does.
So it centers in almost a perfect donut there. FaZe Clan are going to be happy. Sakura Zensen and Team Rage will be happy as well. Everyone else has to start moving further into them. So what will Team Liquid do? When will they do it as well? Do they go early? Do they go late? Do they use the vehicles? I think they have to.
They know that other teams are going to be fighting, right?
Yeah, they must know, right? But maybe because everyone's sort of looking out for the third party. If Liquid stops shooting for 30 seconds, Toby, maybe that starts a couple of fights.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're not getting third partied gives Liquid the opportunity to get in. Maybe.
Yeah. You now have 20 seconds of figuring out what to do. Use that time well. There is also a chance that they're playing on foot from here. I mean, they've been isolated for a good while, so they probably still have all their utility left. And
they're scouting where to crash, I reckon.
yeah, I mean, if there's a team that's had a chance to scout the city and find an open space, that would be Team Liquid. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. In the meantime, everyone else, as we said before, will have to make their place further towards the circle. RTG, SKADE, and the last remaining Futbolist player having to come in from the northeast and up towards the straight north is Heroic, most likely running straight into Thunder. In the meantime, now, Liquid saw an opportunity, pushing full speed forward straight into the two remaining Sakura Zensen players. One goes down, two goes down. Tegas with Trally is working together. Third goes down as Mex tries to make his way on in. James left alone. Liquid, they picked the right place to go, going up against two, but they were ready.
These Molotovs were so good, by the way, from Sakura Zensen. They completely blocked Team Liquid out from going in as a team. It didn't quite force them to go in one at a time, but it just made them mess up their timings. And as a result, they weren't able to go in together. That was such smart play from Sakura Zensen. Fight's not over yet, though.
Not at all. The North starts spoiling now, as well as BNR tries to hold on. Finds one, does he find two? No, can't quite find the second. Liquid out in the meantime. Smart push from Tegas. Needed push to make that aggressive play and hold them off. Road to Glory falls as well. Now Heroic, knowing they have to fight their way through Thunder, does exactly that. Two down already. Thunder down to just a double left alive. What a smart and greatly done push here by Heroic. Tough one for them, playing the open angle, but they find three and do not lose a single player.
And they're going to have to do this all over again very shortly. There's still 8 teams left alive at the 28-minute mark. I just want that to sink in to everyone for a while. 8 teams at the 28-minute mark. This is a proper urban finish. Let's find out where the next phase is going to go. It's almost a perfect donut once again. And we're not going to have to deal with the outside. We've got all of these compounds in.
The fact that Heroic comes out of this fight without taking a single casualty is insane to me. Honestly, I'm not gonna. They just did something phenomenal, but I'm still gonna out and say this. I don't think week 1 Heroic would have done this. This is Heroic playing off of a win in the first game, a 10-kill second game.
Team.
They are feeling it right now. They are feeling it, and when they are on point, Heroic is as dangerous as anyone, not just in Europe, but in the world. And this is where they thrive. The up-close encounters, the ability to play next to their teammates, they are so incredibly terrifying to go up against when they're on a roll, and they sure as hell are right now.
They play so well when they've got good momentum. And look, the last time all the teams in the world were measured up against each other, Heroic were only a casual number 2 in the world, right? They know what they're doing. And they've played together for a long time as well. So looking forward to seeing how they handle this game. They've got the north side of Phase 8 almost to themselves. We're down to 7 teams and 17 left alive now. Futbolist attempting... Are they going to attempt to deny? I don't think so. They want the extra placement points. And Gluttony just about sneaks in.
I guess you have to be somewhat, you know, I mean, humbled by the amount of utility someone is using trying to kill just you. It's got to make you feel kind of important, right?
Yes.
I think that's nade number 6 I've seen people throw after Gluttony, and he's yet to take damage.
If you gave me the choice in a game, I think I'd be happy being unimportant, is really where I'm going
I
with
suppose,
that.
especially in Gluttony's situation right now, Code Marco probably feeling the exact same way, has been able to avoid phase... Oh no, there's a toe. And Gustav saw the toe.
He's been able to avoid phase for 3, 2, 1.
And bada bing, bada... Nope, wrong side.
Oh, inches.
And
there we go.
Spots him on the other side. The nade
That was
gave
such
him
a
the
good
clue.
nade.
Also, I mean, again, the fact that Sakura Zensen, again, we didn't get to see Tegas push out from inside the building, but crucial, not allowing for that rest to come through. And now, down to 16 players, we hit the 30-minute mark. That means Phase 9 is just a couple of seconds away from closing on in.
So, this plays into the hands of Team Rage. Basically, no one wants to exit their compounds. Team Rage are going to exit their compounds last. They could surprise us, maybe play for the elements of surprise, but everyone else has to come in from the edge now. Beamy goes down to Sakura Zensen, and SKADE are watching them as well. This is going to be a huge uphill battle for Heroic. They have to move in across the plains, and unfortunately, they have to do it while fighting multiple teams.
Everyone's got their eyes on the Heroic team on the other side. Code Marco, though, able to stay alive alive for now, faring better. I think Gluttony as a solo player here. Here comes SKADE pushing out from the other side, though. Page finds 2, but it's not gonna be enough. Now now has to commit. Do you go for the rest here onto your fallen teammates, or do you try and make the hero play yourself? Goes further forward. We know that Blue is closing on in, and as you said, correctly stated, so Joro, Team Rage not in a hurry to go anywhere off of this.
He was thinking about the quick res onto Jempty, but Jempty kept moving and Noah couldn't start.
Stop.
Needs to let him start. This is so important. Otherwise, the circle will just move in. I don't think Pixelic is getting revived here. So SKADE are going to have to continue as a duo. Team Rage coming up behind them. You got Sakura Zensen on the other side. And through all this chaos, FAZE managed to cross the road without being shot at. I was not banking on this.
Sakura Zensen looking the other direction for a split second, allowing for the remaining 2 baseline players to make the play on through. Jempty finds one. Salty fully blinded. Hip fires down one as well, and somehow SKADE out of it now as well. Salty trying to make the play around the ridgeline, needs to vault on over. Do you do it with vision, or do you do it without, or do you make the run around the side? That's what he opts to do, but ends up going down to the blue because of it. Now Team Rage out finds the first one. Just one left alive, and it's not gonna happen. Schofield with the double. 4 kills ain't a lot, but you'll add the 10 additional placement points to it.
Considering how insane that circle was, considering how many teams they were inside El Azahar at the 28-minute mark, I don't care how many kills you got, you would take that win. Team Rage, they had the compound closest to the center. Honestly, Toby, I'm surprised FAZE finished second there.
Yes, I mean, again, they were fortunate to be the, or I guess fortunate, they were good and making sure they were the only team to leave that southern side. I mean, Marco did do his best to take them up before doing so, but Salve, but kudos, I mean, to Team Rage, they full speed sent it through 4 teams. I mean, similar to that game we saw with Heroic, right, where they get the win off of a, not a bad position, but a scary one. They full speed sent it through 4 teams, and it paid out in the end.
So that's Team Rage with the chicken dinner there. Some much needed points for the team, and we'll find out later if they can build on that momentum at the conclusion of Miramar. For now, though, it's back to the desk.
You gotta love an urban ending. I don't even know where to start with what we saw there. So you know what, Franz, I'm just gonna ask you, where do you want to start with what we just saw?
I mean, if you take a look at this whole game, I feel like it was all about the urban ending itself. Before that, sure, it was a little bit of movement, a little bit of chaos here and there, but overall, it was all about the urban ending and how the teams were setting themselves up. I feel like FaZe Clan, they had one of the best positions, having the south side there, 4 people alive, but they did one mistake. Me and Martin was talking about that, how they let Code Marker from BBL creep up on them. They should have taken care of that when they had HOWL. They had Gustav holding the eastern side. They should have cleared up before they started moving back in to group back together. And of course, you got to talk about how Heroic make their way in from the north side, basically taking care of Thunder there, but they don't get too far. But one of the greatest things is probably also Sakura Zensen, how they're holding that breach from Liquid itself, getting those initial knocks when Liquid is breaching. That is so important, considering that you're only 2 players up. You need to have those to equalize the game plan a little bit and make sure that it's even playing field between the 2 of you. And they do that really well executed utility use with the Molotovs, with the nades, to force both teams and Clib on the backside of the house, make sure that they can't really push in either.
Yeah, I really.
When you take...
You go.
Off you go. No, off you go, Avenger.
Yeah, I really loved how Team Rage was able to like defend the center of the circle. They stayed 3 guys alive. They knew there had to be as many guys alive as possible throughout it, and they were able to push off both RTG and kind of force SKADE around them and force SKADE over to fight on the west side of that. So they held that kind of the point of the pizza slice inside El Azahar to themselves, and then really lucky and good for them that FaZe Clan actually ended up losing 2 players where they should definitely have been minimum 3. If FaZe Clan was able to close out that BBL situation earlier, then FaZe Clan would have been 3 or 4 guys alive, and they would easily won that game in interaction against Team Rage. But Team Rage played that well and was able to close it out. Only 4 kills, but the 10 points for the chicken dinner is massive. And also this fight here on the north side, both with Sakura Zensen, with Heroic, and SKADE in general, benefited Team Rage too.
Would you have taken the risk that Team Liquid took and claimed that kill there? Avenger?
Yeah, I think it's definitely the play with how we've seen circles be before and what in general it looks like when we see the circles. This ending here is extremely rare due to how the land ratio works. But with that circle 3, it was almost guaranteed to go west or northwest due to how it ended up being. And the teams they were definitely setting themselves up for that situation. So you could definitely see how they were planning ahead. Loved how most of the teams they were managed to get in with a lot of players live inside the city though. That was pretty well executed.
When you take a look at NLT at the bottom, they haven't really had a good showing for us. There's lots of NLT fans. They obviously are the dominant team a lot of the time. What do you think is happening there?
I thought they were gonna do better today, considering that what we saw in the early on in the tournament was that they were struggling a little bit with the teams, but it felt like they were gonna get past that kind of point, and this time it was their turn to turn up now during this weekend itself. But what we saw, I feel like it's just a down spiral from when we saw Batulin's getting taken out by Gustav in that game itself. That kind of started the whole thing, right? They losing Batulins on that kind of play, that is a major play from Batulins that we see in every game. And he get red by doing that. It's the same thing time after time. And now what you're seeing is, well, NLT, they're kind of a little bit afraid of doing those kind of moves now because of it. Because they don't want to be read by the other teams. They want to be more unpredictable. And that's kind of forcing a little bit of a different play style that it's not really working for them.
We obviously have now come to the end of Miramar for today. We've had some pretty fun circles. Do you think that's going to continue, Avenger?
I mean, these 3 games here on Miramar has been absolutely wild. It's some extremely rare circles we've seen. That's also why we see some of the teams that usually do well on the more normal circles have a bit of a rougher time, because these kind of curveballs and hardships that we keep seeing, it's really hard to prepare for that. You have to go on the fly, you have to call something as you see, and as the information kind of comes to you with how everything is laid out, you have to make these really hard decisions. But you can definitely see what Heroic they've been able to do. They've had the most points today so far, I believe, a first, a second, and here are some good points as well. So really good to see how they've been able to step up from last weekend to this weekend, even though our circles is extremely hard.
And what Martin's talking about, like when you have an urban ending like that, for example, you want to be a team who can just focus on one other team itself and just take that one-on-one fight with the other team. But when you have an urban ending, it's a lot of times you're gonna have angles where you're gonna get peaked by the other teams, and you want to minimize those kind of angles, because that's gonna make it way rougher for you to take those kind of fights. If you can minimize that to 1 versus 1 in team fights, it's gonna be much easier for you to try to clean that one up and keep on moving your way in towards the center of the circle.
Right, we have seen 3 games for day number 1 of week 2 of PCS6 Europe. We have 2 more to go, so we are going to take a quick break, and while we do that, refresh your drinks, get some snacks, because when we get back, we're moving to Erangel.
A new 7.62 assault rifle, the return to Senok's former glory, and new items hitting ranked games. All this and more as we dive into the update 17.1 patch report. First up, there's a new AR in town. The Ace 32 is a new full auto assault rifle that utilizes 7.62 ammunition and boasts a high stability for its ammo type. While a bit lower on the per bullet damage side of things, the Ace is highly customizable, accepting muzzle, magazine, and even stock attachments, while accepting up to a 6x scope. The goal with the Ace 32 is a reliable 7.62 alternative to the M4, so pick one up on your next drop and let us know how it feels. Parts of the world may have just pushed clocks forward, but we're turning them back on Sanhok. That's right, after much feedback and a countless supply of rollback Sanhok hashtags, the original small map is a battleground once again. The jammer pack and decoy grenade have been removed as well. However, you'll still find tactical gear and other items that are set to spawn across all maps. Check out the patch notes for a full list. To welcome the original Sanhok back, we've dropped it back into this update's map rotation. However, ranked matches will stay on Erangel, Miramar, and Tago for now. And speaking of ranked, a new season begins this update as well. The P90, Ace 32, M79, and the mountain bike have all been added to the item pool, so grab some new gear and see how high you can climb. There's a bit more to the patch that we haven't gone over here, but as always, you can check out the patch notes for full details. Update 17.1 is here, so pick up an Ace and grab some melted butter, because the Lobster Building and Old Sanhok are back. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back to PCS6 Europe. We have done 3 games. We have seen some crazy circles. We have seen Heroic finally rise to the challenge. I don't know where they were in week 1, but they have definitely given us a little wave in week 2. And we have the standings to look at to see how those 3 Miramar games impacted it. I feel like a broken record saying this, but every time we come back to this board, Entropiq is further and further away from everyone else, Avenger.
Nearly, but yeah, it's true. It's close. It's around the 50-point marker still here for the continued lead that Entropiq have, and yeah, it's gonna be rough. Like if they're able to continue to put these 6 to 8 point average, it's gonna be nearly impossible for FaZe Clan to catch. And right now, FaZe Clan is the only kind of prospect because they are 20 some points ahead of ENCE and LLT as well themselves, and our 3rd to 9th place continues to be super close. NLT just dived down, and now it's actually ENCE in 3rd place with 122. Still though, they are 27 points behind FaZe Clan. That is a win with 17 kills behind FaZe Clan, and as we know, FaZe Clan has been able to consistently put points here on every single game on a good average. But Heroic is the big talking point for me today. They've been able to get 40 points so far, going from 72 points now up to 112, tying up SKADE and 2 points just behind BBL.
Do you think, Fraz, it's possible for Heroic? I mean, they'd obviously need to perform like this every day for the next 3 days to be in contention for that top spot. But if there is a team that can do it, Heroic's the team, right?
Yeah, exactly. Heroic can be one of those teams who can put those kind of numbers up on the board. And they know that they need to work a lot harder compared to last weekend because they had such a rough weekend there. So I think they're up for a task, and that's what we've seen so far. 40 points after 3 games. That is amazing to see, especially if you look at the lead that Entropiq has, for example, with those 50 points. There's only been one team except for Entropiq that had over 50 points in one day, and that is FaZe Clan during day 2 when they had 53 points. So it is going to be very rough for a lot of the teams trying to catch up. But right now, it looks like Heroic is making a run for it, trying to get towards the top, or back towards the top, where they kind of belong. And right now, I mean, they're in that little top pack, so they're very close to it. And it's looking great if they can continue with that kind of playstyle for the Erangel games here as well.
Avenger, I mean, the real question is, though, did they leave it too late? Should they not have been performing like this in week 1 simply just to give themselves a little bit of a cushion? Because it's a big mountain to climb now.
Right. It's huge, but I also want to say, if we could just say and like turn on that button, let's just perform, everyone would do it, right? But I think what we can take away from this is that Heroic have been able to, from week number 1 to week number 2, have a massive improvement, even on these kind of curveball circles that we've been able to see. I've been saying like Heroic, Northern Lights, they are a week 2 team because they are able to improve from what they've been able to see and analyze from week number 1 into week number 2, and it's coming through here for Heroic. But Northern Lights, the first 3 games so far, not looking too good. Let's hope to see if Northern Lights is going to be able to pull up for the last 2 games here, especially coming onto a ring.
What do you think? Do you think Northern Lights is going to be able to pull up their socks? Do you think Entropiq is going to continue to run with the lead? Let us know on social media. Use the hashtag PCS6. I'm curious. Jorasar, Toby, can Heroic do it? Can they catch up to Entropiq?
It is going to be, Sam, let me put it this way, a very, very tall order. But having said that, a team, when they're feeling it, I don't feel like any team is as hot as Heroic can be. But the question becomes, yes, they get a lot going today, Joro. Yes, they are amazing today, but are they week 1 Heroic tomorrow? That's my one, I don't want to say problem, but that's my one downside to Heroic. Is as amazing. I mean, they're proving in this tournament, right? As amazing as they can be one day,
question mark.
They can fall short the very next. I would love to see the across multiple tournaments or like especially for a tournament like this with so many games being played, the consistent top echelon Heroic. We've seen it a couple of times in the past, but I haven't seen it enough to always know to expect it, simply because of, well, yeah, the fact that we've seen so many times where it hasn't happened.
2 to 8 o'clock plane path here, and because we've had decent circle 1s and crazy hardship phase 2s, I'm sort of expecting to be half on and half off Military Island if we want to continue the same sort of theme. It's going to be a circle that like goes onto Millie Island and comes off again, or vice versa and ends up on Sosnovka. No, never mind. Absolutely shut down. Although you can still do a similar thing with the river.
True. True.
You
I mean,
can
with
still mess people up with the river.
now, okay. Question for you.
Okay, yep.
Off of the 3 games we've had today so far, where there has been at least one, in some cases multiple, absurd hard shifts in any given direction.
Yes.
Where would be the worst place to have this game end within what we have fed with this first circle?
Easy answer. Ruins and near the island.
Okay. I would agree. I was looking at the island. I was looking at Bermuda, as I like to call it as well, down north of Ruins, west of Rostock.
But you know why, though? It's not... this is going to sound strange because it's actually quite bad, but it's not because of the terrain there, because there are plenty of places to hide. What I'm thinking about is the moment the hard shift occurs, the absolute clown fiesta we're going to see of teams getting there. Once they get there, there'll be 1 or 2 teams there and they'll be fine. It's the process of getting there that I'm looking forward to.
The thing is, Jaro hasn't seen enough clown fiesta today. Somehow, I mean, maybe you get addicted to clown fiesta. Maybe that's what it is. Finally, you get some and you want
It's addictive, man.
I suppose so. Yeah, we can't just have those straightforward, really let the players add the chaos to it, not the circles. We can't get those because we need that spice that is absurd hard shifts or brutal plane paths, I suppose.
Or if we don't get a hard shift, like what's the spiciest thing I could think of? It might be the famous sort of warehouse southeast of Severny. I want to see like a 5th and a 6th party of teams constantly crashing into that. That would be fun as well.
You just want to see the world burn, don't you?
I do a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, at least the Erangel.
Miramar set us such a good baseline today that I feel like Erangel has to do a lot to live up to it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like no matter where we're ending, I mean, obviously with what we were gifted here in the first circle, no matter where we're going, we pretty much only have 2 options. Either it's going to be a city ending, which would be unlikely, but yes, and Rostock still in, so it could happen. Either that's what we're getting, or we are, to some, if not a complete extent, ending out in the open. Not a whole lot of forest in this circle, not a whole lot of anything in that regard, unless if we do like a triple hard shift towards the hill north of shooting or south of shooting range. So the open crazy ending is what we're given, or you're getting yourself a very unlikely but still doable or possible city ending.
I love those stats on the right of the screen just now, by the way, because what they're showing is that the players in this lobby in general, like, nearly do as much damage via headshots than they do to the torso, and I'm just like, damn, that is... These guys are on point. They know what they're doing.
That is absolutely insane, just to say. I mean, also because normally you can see some of these players go out and just harvest in, in their random pub games whenever they stream and whatnot, but this is some of the best, but they're still going up against some of the best. That's what keeps impressing me. The fact that not only are they a really good shot themselves, but the people they're going up to are an equal to or very close to equal shot. So you'd have to think that made the competition more difficult, but you still have some of those players that just go out and make it look terrifyingly easy.
Exactly. When that happens, you have to remind yourself that is not easy. These guys have trained so hard to be able to do that. And my god, Fender lost already on a sliver of health. My fantasy team is reeling, and it's only 5 minutes into the game. Hang in there, Fender lost. Also, don't crash the car, please.
We saw BTN do a crazy push on EP in the previous game here. I mean, they drove side by side with HOWL, and still he opts to jump out in the middle of the open to swap vehicles. That is very, very, very gutsy. Unfortunately, Fender lost gets to get out there alive. Reg, in the meantime now, well, they're thinking through what they want to do, because if all of NAVI opts to pull up on them, I guess that would be a bit of revenge in the sense that Reg were the ones to kind of punish the split from NAVI in the previous game.
Yes, very true. And actually, REGNUM CARYA did a really good job of holding their nerve during that fight as well. NAVI, a team everyone knows, one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby, and REGNUM stayed cut. The way they dispatched NAVI in the previous game, really quite impressive. Oh, Jesus. Spyro. Oh, that was so close. Really good, amazing lead times there. The way he led that shot with the bolt, he didn't even hesitate and nails the first one. I mean,
insane.
Wow.
Just insane. That just goes to show, I mean, when that's what you're going up against. I wouldn't want to be anyone in a car ever in a game of PUBG. Not only can the car itself kill you sometimes, but I mean, the fact that you have people that aren't even supposed to have an ankle on you hit you like that, that is terrifying.
today's games have taught us you don't want to be in a car at all. You want to be in the bike. You want to be on the bike.
Oh yes, because it's immortal.
It's invulnerable.
Yeah, yep, you're right. You're
you
right.
send cars shooting off into outer space. You're good. As long as you're on the bike, you're good, man. Don't worry
hold
about
for
it.
a second. Thunder think they're safe, but here comes the triple stack. Door is closed. First one denied. Takes him down. Elusive forced to go for an audible. Sends it midair over the hillside. Thunder caught by surprise by FaZe Clan. This was a northern shift. Thunder thought they had all the space in the world if they just rotated late. But FaZe sitting here ready and raiding. They have read the playbook right. And they take out at least 2 from Thunder. Smart play by FaZe Clan. They knew they were beat to the circle anyway. Why hurry? Why sprint forward when we can just sit here and get some free kills?
I love, by the way, how they deliberately took up the actual toll booth position and they were like next to the guard towers. Like I appreciate that on so many levels. Thank you, FaZe Clan, for that. So that's 2 points for them early on in this game. BBL are going to where FaZe 7 is going to end in shooting range after 3 hard shifts. So maybe they're 200 IQing this one. We'll wait and see. Not normally a location you see people send it early on, but we have seen a few circles end here.
Yeah.
And Reg, in the meantime, we're going Yasnaya. Admittedly, the very edge of it. They're not smacking themselves right in the middle, but that's interesting as well.
Sure is. Opting for a 2-1-1 split on the far eastern side. Another team, I mean, for next time we get to get a look at the map here. Another team, Sakura Zensen, in a white 2-way split. And normally, I wouldn't be too scared for this split. I mean, they currently have 2 people just over the west coast, or west side of the Yasnaya River, and 2 people further down south. The issue is that a lot of teams have made their way in between that split. So while technically they aren't maybe too far from it, you can see it on the map now. I mean, you got Nixie and Tekas, I believe it to be between, like, kind of in the middle of Road to Glory, Reg and Navi. And the remaining 2 players, Himan and Salty, are up on the west side of the river. Issue here being...
I mean, it worked.
Salik!
It
I
worked.
suppose he shot the pilot and now he shoots the plane to say thanks. Yeah, that's a strat. By the way, if those of you guys who didn't know, if you shoot the pilot, he just instantly drops the crate for you. Now you know. That's secret strats given to you. Every single pub game you're going to be playing from now on, you're just going to be seeing people shooting at planes.
This
That's
is
what
great
Sally
because
just did.
every pub game I'm ever a part of now, if I need to figure out where the nearest 6 teams are, I just wait for the plane. And everyone starts shooting. Cool, that's where everyone is.
Yep.
Free info.
Everyone's gonna start shooting at planes now. Thank you, Sally.
Good knowledge.
No, but to go back to what we were talking about just before, the split that Sakura Zensen has currently got could be very dangerous. Because if this next circle commits to the west side of the river, the position that at least that Salty's in is pretty prime real estate. And I'm nervous that other teams would get to pull up on that before Nixie and Tegas would be able to get over there to kind of assist their teammate. But let's see. 5 seconds to go until the next circle popping. Salty's already in the car, and I like this idea from him. I cannot sit here and hold the fort on my own in case a whole team comes. I'm getting the car ready to rotate. Circle! Hard shifts once again. This time we're going west. And Correxy, well, thought he was safe to go north. Naileup was there, though, ready and waiting.
Naileup was there indeed. Entropiq are going to be fine up north. The rest of Sakura Zensen will be bunching up very quickly. Indeed, you can see most of the mini-map now on the move, especially those that weren't outside the circle before. I don't think there's any team that, in fact, it's only Road to Glory that aren't in vehicles at the moment on the mini-map rotating in. We now have HOWL rocking up onto Team Liquid. Great spray, actually. Amazing control from afar to get that headshot from Matt onto James. And that's a member of Team Liquid down very early on. It's still just the 1 player there, but Team Liquid opting to go somewhere else.
Fortunately past the 10-minute points, so no minus points for, or 10-minute mark, so no minus points for people that had him on their fantasy team. Everyone. Northern Lights, well, they now have NAVI right next door. How are they going to fare off of this? I like the fact that Perfectix commits to this position because we talked about it so many times. Pretty much every single time our camera pans across that compound, that position that Perfectix is on is their Achilles heel to the compound position. So I'm liking the fact that they're saying we want to keep the compound, but we also cannot give up this hillside because that's going to be the downfall of us inside this compound. So them maintaining their spread instead of kind of turtling down inside the compound is, at least in my book, the right play for me.
Completely agreed. It's just you get so much information from out there as well, and it's possible to fall back in either direction to your teammates if someone decides to rock up on you, so that's fair enough. Melman got knocked by HOWL, by the way, so that wasn't by NLT. And I think Northern Lights and NAVI haven't knocked each other
No, they
yet.
have no idea.
So yeah, so they're not 100% sure. They know that those shots are nearby, but they won't know which end of the fight Melman is necessarily on, for example. And it looks like they're going to opt to rotate out of this and not commit, at least not yet.
Yeah, perfect. Dick's looking around. Maybe that was a bait with the vehicle. Got into the buggy, spun it around, but didn't go much further than that. Trying to see if maybe he could catch someone peeking on over. Now, speaking of peeking on over, here comes BBL full speed forward. The issue is this time around, it's not a bait. All of Team Rage are in the cars, fortunately. One got out fast enough to shoot and return, and that's going to force BBL down back inside of shooting range.
Several teams are moving towards the shooting range area. This is REGNUM CARYA here. 666 meter knock from Futbolist. Nice. That's probably how far out of certain. No, they're smack bang in the middle of it. I'm going to eat my words instantly there. They're south of Severny, so they're doing just fine. Beautiful sharpshooting there, I have to say. And Reg, find a position. I was worried they were going to run into BBL or Team Rage, but they've actually found somewhere to play from.
Yeah, ball is currently in a... I'm going to call it a two-way split, not necessarily a good one. We already saw one go down. Oh, okay. I assume a little bit of an observer bug. That looked very strange, but Double does get a freebie. For Heroic, I gotta say, I suppose if there's one way to take them out in a situation where they're thriving really well today, that is by having Correxy go into a compound where there's technically, I mean, you have no audible Q reason to believe there's anyone there to then be taken out, and now have the exact same thing happen. But this time around, it's going to be B going down that way.
Now we find out where the next circle is going to be. Let's check out phase 3. And following up from what I said earlier... Oh, there's the hard shift. Excellent. Back towards Yasnaya we go. 4 o'clock hard shift here. And speaking of shifts and getting into circle, I'm going to piggyback off my own incorrect point I made earlier. Have you noticed that after the first 2 days of the tournament, I feel like Futbolists are making a concerted effort to get into circle early? I haven't really seen any big wrap around the edge of the map rotations from them.
Yeah, I mean,
they're switching it up.
I mean, they have been on the receiving end of some of these brutal hardships we've seen today. So I suppose if one team is allowed to thrive, that's something. This next circle though is, I mean, that is tough. We're essentially forcing, I mean, the little bit of forest that we did have in play on the west side, we're forcing everyone away from it at this point. There is still some forest up on the northwest side, and believe me, that's where a majority of the teams will be setting up shop, because as you can see here with the overview, there ain't nothing to play around in the open. And as long as the hill is still in, you can't, like some of those dips that tend to become viable later on in the game, you can't really play them right now because the hillside is still in.
That's right. So the nature of these hills and the hillside. Oh dear, Alia and Navi rocking up on BNR. So a road to glory, not selling the story that there are multiple people here. So Navi gonna be trying to abuse this as much as possible, but Dead gets one from long range, and suddenly BNR's got a second knock as well. This is looking good. I love he's trading space for time as well. Looks for the third, almost gets it, but not quite.
Yeah, able to stay alive through that one. Has to go for the heal first before trying to get his teammates back up on their feet. In the meantime, Fex loses a teammate. Vehicle there indicating just that. Lou finds Digger as well. So again, I mean, we talked about it just before I said it, coming into this shift. You're so limited in where you can really play off here. Nice 1-2 from the this side of RTG. Unfortunately for them, example is there still, so damage is done in return. That nade is good, but Salik somehow still alive.
That is an absolutely absurd nade. A second one onto Instinct as well. Good molly in return. And actually, example, in order to throw that grenade, he had to walk into the molly. And oh, I tell you what, that could easily have been disastrous for him there. That must have been a calculated risk.
Attack once again here. Forcing Instinct to play the vehicle. Fortunately, as opposed to both Road to Glory and Navi, Northern Lights, the team, as you can see in the minimap there, with technically a position to third party this, aren't really opting to go for it. Normally you'd see Northern Lights be pretty, not aggressive necessarily, but at least taking a peek on over. They are really, really good at utilizing the third parties here. Salik, I'm liking the repositioning from him, not wanting to allow him to play in the open. Issue is an example does not miss those. Fortunately, Salik through the smoke doesn't either. So Road to Glory staying alive, and again, I mean, Northern Lights not opting to aggress on it, and I think it's for this reason alone. They're sitting in a very good spot right now. And, well, that's your reason for not aggressing, because if they were to be pushed from anywhere while Split trying to take a fight to Road to Glory, that could be them losing their real estate. So I'm liking the decision from Northern Lights to hold back, but I think it also is a testament to how the tournament has been so far. They're not playing, I feel like, with the same comfort as they normally do, being at the top of the leaderboard, and therefore they don't go as aggressive as they sometimes do.
REGNUM CARYA there on a pillow fort. That was very nice and synchronized there from the Entropiq crew. I suspect that's just a spectator. We're all good here. Moving across ENCE. They're going from the east side of the circle to the west, by the way. So this isn't just a let's get into the edge and chill out kind of thing. They are properly going for a QB and nail up, thinking about exacting revenge for Lukaruk, deciding the better of it. They're going to keep moving in. Very tricky position for them. Only 3 left alive, and they're going to move up towards where ENCE is. And do they know it's just the one player? I think they do now, but they still lose another.
Yep, one goes down. The trade comes in return, and now Northern Lights perfect center position here to just sit in the comfort of the compound and take out players as they try to make their way on in. That nade looks good from Gustav. Molly make that. Locked on forward. Does he get the knock on Medibay? He should. No, it's Vex actually. Does get the knock on him. 1v4 right now. Nate's starting to fly the way forward. Fortunately, the Rug is granting him all the cover he needs.
Very, very fortunately indeed. Neither of those grenades actually went behind the rock. Another fantastic spray out of the vehicle. Sees Futbolist grab a point against Heroic, but immediately Nail Cop gets taken out by Laza. The rest of the Heroic team, I think this is it, actually, isn't it?
If T-Bone dies now, I honestly don't think Heroic has fired a bullet this game. We're 18 minutes in. Did he see him? I think he did. Yep, that's him.
No.
I don't think Heroic fired a bullet this game, and somehow T-Bone is still alive. And up longer. Nope, now he's on fire too. This is not looking good at all. And down he goes. I don't think Heroic fired a bullet that game. I don't think
that is insane. I think they used more first aids than fired bullets.
As well as they played so far, they just ran into one snaky ambush after another. Of course, the shots from Nail Cup there, impressive as well. And now Ivers falls too. So Entropiq, NAVI, and Heroic out alongside FAZE, and this now is the chance for ENCE, for Northern Lights, for PBL, all these teams on the hunt to really start racking up points and catch up to the teams in front of them.
Exactly right. Some very, very big name teams here going out really early in match 19. So who is going to seize the day and use the opportunity to really close up the gap towards the teams up top? I'm really looking forward to seeing who steps up to the plate. Sakura, Zensen, Orm in hand. Salty looking for a reason to grab a headshot from Rage. Unfortunately, though, it's everyone else who wants to say, we've got more bullets, that's fine.
Forcing everyone out into the open here now once more. Only 2 compounds left in play. One of them currently under the control of Road to Glory. Finding one more as Him and falls down. Tegas trying to stay put, but him and Nixie realizing there's a bit too much going on that hillside. Issue is, as soon as they back down and off, they're getting shot at in return. Nice Molly should be the downfall of Nixie. Yep. Indeed it is. He will go down, and now just Tegas left alive. Great play, great hold from Road to Glory, honestly.
Salik has played quite well this game. He's been a very, very strong player for Road to Glory, and he's really anchoring the team as well. So good to see him get a couple of kills in. But now, surviving the next circle or two until you get to the placement point, that's going to be a completely different kettle of fish. We'll see if they can do that.
They could. In the meantime, well, they lost teams early on. Where do they go from here? Hopefully not the same direction that Futbolist are going in, because 4 in a car is never a good idea, but 4 in a car this late in the game is suicidal. Tegas finding 2. Salik finds the last Futbolist. Well, one rotation too far. That was suicide.
That was brutal. It's like, well, let's give this a go.
They were up there too, but I suppose, there just weren't a whole lot of place for them to go. They didn't want to take the fight to wreck, so... Yeah.
They didn't even have to do that much work. They just had to get the final kill. Everyone else did the damage. And hang on a second. BBL into Laza, properly into Laza as well. And Smash even getting Betrayalius with the vehicle there. BBL being very aggressive. They have to. Take a look. They're outside of the circle on the north side. They've got ENCE that they need to deal with as well. They cannot afford to sit back now. They have to keep pushing forward.
They sure have to. BBL trying to wrap underneath here, taking him from one fight straight into potentially another. Nogi Squeaky still alive and kicking, but for how much longer? 4 up from BBL as they make their way on forward. Do they see that they're both outside? Oh, Kitpa does get the angle on one, spots them inside as well. The pre-molly was on point.
So
ENCE
good.
jump straight into the fire and go down because of it. Nice play from Kitpa there.
Saw them moving towards the window. Pre-molly inside, insta-spray. Beautiful stuff. BBL Esports also taking out Team Rage here. They are doing very, very well. Could they be the team that steps up to the plate? Certainly at the moment, it looks like they're going to get a lot of points from this game.
Somehow Tegas is still alive here as well. That's insane with so many opponents having gone past him already. Road to Glory now, the new contender to fall on the hillside. Tegas prevails. Vard trying to hold off here. We saw Clip get a kill on EB just before. Oh, that's death. Gem2, that is death for you, I'm afraid. Molly connects. Does he get to back off far enough from it? Yes, he does.
What
but
a
that
shot.
nade there. No way you get out of there, my friend. Vard finds him. SKADE out in 9th.
Excellent stuff. Bouncing it off the door frame, completely deliberate, and that was beautiful stuff. So that's Team Liquid taking out another team. The problem now is they've got Northern Lights right next to them. So unfortunately, this is going to be a brutal next section of the game unless they choose to move out west. And I don't know how much they want to do that voluntarily, you know.
Double has joined HOWL in the meantime. All of them. That's the first nade lob forward. Spots one in a car. First one doesn't find anything. Now they know there's someone around. They think it's from downhill, though, but fortunately ruined. Spots Double. That could have been so much more dangerous than it ended up being. Double holding his shot for just a bit too long, and while I thought there was going to be at least one kill guaranteed for him, nothing comes off of it. Salik now in the meantime. Well, that's it. Even if the shots weren't gonna do it, the nade would. 8 kills for Road to Glory. Struggling to determine it so far. Only 5 placement points over the course of the entire thing. But here, well, now they're there once more. Look at this, Sally continuing to do damage.
He's been doing so well. Yeah, and counting as well. Like, he is absolutely not done yet. Team Liquid, by the way, they opt to disengage from Northern Light, and they're sending it in here instead. I like the decision. It's very risky, though, and HOWL are now all around them. Liquid have to get the first knock against HOWL, I think.
Yeah, Nate's now coming in as well. Actually, as a matter of fact, this is the Matt throwing Nate's in the other direction, so no one from HOWL looking up towards Liquid as this goes on. BBL, after having just kind of full speed pushed their way into this, maneuvering their way through multiple teams, they now have a good chance of pushing up the hillside. Clip now finds one. Nades come in as well. BBL and Liquid work together to take out HOWL.
I said the first knock. I didn't say all of them at once, but you know, we'll take what we can get. Vard and Clip still surviving. They're into the top 5 this game. BBL with 9 kills, though, have all 4 players alive, as do Northern Lights, and they're the teams that are going to be trying to chomp at the heels of FaZe Clan and Entropiq. So those 2 teams going out early. One of these could end up picking up the pieces.
Smash finds the first. You have to think Futbolist gets the angle on the second. Nade comes through. Gets the flush confirmed onto Clip, but Vard somehow still alive and somewhat unharmed through all of this. You can see Futbolist wants to go for the peak, but Petulance from inside, from under Rich, I should say. Good angle from him to find the knock and the flush, so Liquid able to stay alive at least for a little while longer off of the suppressive fire coming in from NLT.
12 players at the 25-minute mark, as opposed to God knows how many inside El Azahar earlier on. Vard has to temporarily get away from the car, and fortunately, the airtime from the vehicle explosion allowed Code Marco a beautiful spray with the AUG. That's going to be that. Road to Glory now, as if Salik hasn't had enough damage this game. We've got 12 bullets and an orm in his hands as well. That could be so much fun.
Rega trying to play back down the hill, but Salik literally will not allow it. Mer down to low HP. Did Salik spot once? Oh, nope, goes for the flush onto Slippy Circle. Little does you know that Smash is just over the other side of the hill. Now shots come in return. Salik down to 1 HP, but Spiro able to find him from behind. BNR, where are you on this? You're the up-close player. You have 3 players just above you. Go for the peak, finds one, instantly goes for the peak on the second. Not gonna happen. Tried to help his teammate out, but it's not going to happen. Reg fall, and so does Road to Glory. Northern Lights and BBL, the sole 2 teams left alive.
BBL and Northern Lights, the 2 teams who are fighting to become the challenger to FaZe Clan and Entropiq. One of them is going to go home with the chicken dinner here, so it's all boiling down to this. BBL have 3 left up. Northern Lights have got all 4. They did have a couple of knocks earlier on, but they managed to survive as a full 4. And phase 7 is broadly going the way of NLT. So BBL here need a little bit of a game plan.
There's a team you don't want to be going up against in the late game with 4 alive. That is Northern Lights. They are arguably, I mean, off of what we saw back in winner chicken dinner format, they're arguably the best team at converting late game presence into wins. But as I say that, Batulins is found. Spiro down to minimal ammo as well, let alone Mets. Not exactly massive on those either. So BBL, despite being the ones who have to move into the circle, it's actually them coming out on top. Spiro.
Great shots. Ketpa's really on point, by the way. He's been nailing those mini shots this game.
I just saw Spiro with a revolver and I was thinking, don't even. don't even. We've seen it happen during Asia as well, and obviously in the believe was it in a
it's the revolver meta, man.
Yeah, exactly, revolver meta in before. That nade looks good, bounces off the wrong side of the tree. Oh, Marco still got one more. It's going to lob it forward. Don't think it's going to bounce far enough. Ketpa jumps for info, instantly met by shots in return. Now realizing that's probably not the guess. Yeah, exactly. But I like the way the BBL is split out here, trying to use the entire ridge line. They are outnumbered, so they desperately need that first knock going their way.
Agreed, yeah. And Ketpa at the moment has been really superb, but look at how open he is at the moment. Batulins might get an off angle on him, for example, and that makes me very, very nervous indeed. Code Marco manages to find a little bit of damage, but again, none of that currently resulting in knocks. Using their smokes quite conservatively as well, to try and maximize the amount of time that they need to use them later on. And Smash now finds Batulins again from the back. That's 2 from BBL. Advantage them.
Ketpa finds the second as well. That is insane. The fact that they like that the trapped and spring twice essentially on their side of the circle. Marco spots one more loot down slow HP. As I say that, actually not Marco, the one of the receiving end of the majority of the damage there. Ketpa does find a second.
Very good.
And now Lou, all that's left alive. BBL were outnumbered, but it's just Lou left alive. 1v3, they don't take a single casualty in that end game there. What a fight from BBL. They were patient. They held their fire for as long as they could. And honestly, I mean, being in a 3v4 like that, the fact that they take down 2 in pretty much 1 second, that's the winner for them right there.
Yeniden ringing out across the squads now as BBL take home the chicken dinner there. A beautiful final fight against Northern Lights. No one would have expected them to take no casualties against the full 4 strong NLT. Let's go ahead and see what the desk thought of that fantastic finish.
I want to talk about the finish, but I want to talk about the overarching thing that just happened in that game. We saw all of those teams that are sitting at the top of the leaderboard go out early on, created a vacuum of points available to the likes of NLT and BBL, and they took advantage of that, Avenger.
Yeah, they did, and we were talking about it, like, is NLT going to be able to step it up in a wrangle? They were able to do so, but BBL had a massive game there, fantastic for them. And we could just hear, while the game was going on, you didn't hear me and Frost just sitting here saying, no! All our fantasy points was absolutely in shambles here. Hyrusen, one of my picks, gone out before the 10-point marker. Another one, Correctly, gone out here just out the 10-point marker. But super rough game for our picks in general, but fantastic game for BBL, fantastic game for NLT. They were really able to capitalize on their whole situation and how they were able to, considering that they were the 2 teams coming out from the northwest and the other team coming out from the southeast, they were able to kind of pinch all the teams in between them and really ensure that they got so many points that they were able to accrue here throughout this game. So really impressive. I was able to look at this and I was like, how are they able to do this? How are they getting this much space? They're just pushing and making sure that they were taking the space to themselves here for us.
Yeah, I want to add another team to that list, and that would be Road to Glory. They had a phenomenal game in this one as well. I really like how they were holding out all their teams on the southeastern side, being able to take them out one by one. And not only that, but even despite them being down to 2 players, they were still putting up resistance against some of the top teams, and they're playing it really well in this one. And I hope that they could keep on going with that, because you want to see more from them. You want to see them doing that kind of plays. But overall, as you're saying, like, this is a huge game, especially from BBL coming out. They were chasing, they were in that top pack itself, but with this chicken dinner, with those kills, I mean, 16 kill win, that is just phenomenal. And I'd love to see that. But of course, I think one of the big ones was how they were taking a fight, BBL against ENCE, for example, when they pushed up with 2 guys on the low ground there, taking a ridge line, with Kwepa being able to take out the remaining ENCE players, forcing them into the building with that nade itself. But at the same time, what we didn't see was that the other two members of BBL is taking on a fight against Team Rage, and basically they're taking on two fights at the same time and winning both of those, being able to get a lot of control on the northern side, which enables them to move in and take all of this control towards the end as well.
We are now going to take a look at the stats, and I think it'll be an interesting one. I do want to shout out Road to Glory Salik. I think he had a banger of a game there. I'm hoping that we might see some of his damage stats in a little bit, but this is exciting when you start seeing these new names popping up on the top there, Avenger.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And Salik also throughout G-League Season 5 for Exhalation, he had an insane performance himself, but this one is the biggest one for me. 16 kills and a win here for BBL just pushes them all the way out on the top. Remember, they had a second place in the first game with 11 kills here, so insane game for them. 11 more points than NLT.
16 kills. Walk us through this though, because for us, obviously they faced off against NLT. The full squad was there. How did they win this?
God.
Look at
Sorry,
that.
one more time.
I said, how did BBL take that win from NLT when NLT was coming in with the 4-man squad?
Yeah, so what we saw was, of course, NLT was trying to play that as a 2-2 there, with two guys trying to take a little bit of low ground, making sure that they have a little bit more space to work with, having a few more angles. But at the same time, what we saw was BBL doing the same thing, but BBL has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the ground itself, and they take control over that straight away. Because how they were pushing on step by step, making sure they're not just fully sending it, but they're actually moving in very slowly. They take that first knock on Batulins as well. They take the opportunity. When they get that knock on Batulins, they know that they're going to be on the revive, but they don't want to fully rush it. And they go in slowly but steadily, take control over the whole situation, and then they basically just forcing out NLT one by one.
So we do actually have some words from BBL, and this is really interesting because they talk about who they think their biggest threats are in the competition. Let's hear what they had to say.
Yani oyunumuzu ben herkese kabul ettirdiğimizi düşünüyorum. Özellikle bir takıma karşı değil. Şampiyonluğa giden yolda bize herhangi bir takımın engel olacağını düşünmüyorum. Engel olacaksak bize kendimiz engel oluruz. Yani biz kötü oynarsak şampiyon olamayız. Herhangi bir takım bize zorluk çıkaracağını düşünmüyorum ben açıkçası.
Confidence there. Not many of the teams pose much of a threat if we're popping off Avenger, and they've just proven that when they pop off 16 kills.
Yeah, I really love what we've seen from BBL in general here. And this game is really proving what they're capable of as a team. And especially a situation here for them where they're able to isolate the fights with NLT. And this is what really won them the game. They're able to isolate so many players in NLT and win out the fights. And this is what you get when you're able to play together as well as they are here. Another one, good to see Thunderlost also happy to win this out. And obviously they've had some amazing games throughout this tournament so far.
Before we head to the break, I do want to change the direction a little bit and talk about NAVI. They've got lots of fans. They are a fantastic PUBG team, but Froz, I feel like they're struggling a little bit here at PCS6. What's going on there?
They look a little bit lost right now when you look at them and how they're rotating around, and that is the biggest thing for them right now. They keep on losing players into the rotations. They're rotating into teams when they should take maybe a little bit more of the edge play itself and try to just work their way step by step. But instead, we're seeing them sending a little bit more. And when they do that, they keep on losing players. And when they lose the players, it's just down to 1 or 2 players. It's getting a lot rougher for them. But you can see, like, example there against Road to Glory, still able to put up some resistance against them. But it's kind of an impossible task when you're out there in the open. You have 1 tree as a cover, and then you have a full team up against you.
We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. A fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them. Oi, Who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
$11 games left before we crown a winner for PCS6 Europe. 1 game left today, and it has been rather interesting. There's been a couple of fights, some changes as well as each game continues. So we'll take a look at the standings now, and I definitely think that big victory from BBL, I said it there. Yeah, there we go. That's a nice little shake-up for us.
Yeah, that is real nice to see. I mean, well deserved, right? They've been just under the radar the whole time, but they've been in the top pack basically the whole time and just been in the middle of it. But now they are closing in. They're not just taking the top of that pack, but they're also closing in on FAZE itself. And if they can continue what they did here in the previous game, of course, it's going to be hard to replicate another one of those 16 kill win. But if they can get a lot of points on the board, despite that, they can still catch up to FAZE in this one upcoming game here.
Avenger, if you're outside of the top 10, are you starting to get a little bit worried?
If you're not in the triple digits at this point, it is not looking too good, to be honest. That is where the big points are, and it's getting harder to catch now that especially BBL and ENCE is putting a little bit of distance between them, right? FAZE, Entropiq still 12 points ahead of BBL, but Entropiq, they have a 47-point lead with just 11 games to go. That is a lot of points to be able to catch on to with just these few amount of games to go here. So yeah, and FAZE needs in 2 insane games back to back here in the next couple of games before we go into Sunday for them to be within the kind of striking distance of Entropiq. But our whole 2nd to 8th place is extremely close. It's insane how much of a difference it can make.
At this point, like, I feel like there's no real reason for teams to try to even catch up to Entropiq. Like, that's not the main goal. The main goal right now is to get yourself as high up on the leaderboard as possible. You're playing against the other teams that is in the top pack right now. Those are the teams that you're chasing. Those are the teams that you're looking out for when it comes to the game itself. You want to be able to third party them. You want to be chasing them, because even if they are just below you, you can create a gap between you and them. If they are above you, you want to catch up to them. And this is the best time to do that with just 2 more days to go here, and this game, of course.
This game, of course, we're about to jump in. Toby, Jarosar, where are we dropping?
Well, one place we aren't dropping, Sam, that is probably going to be Primorsk. Because for the first time today, and this playing path ain't even that bad, Jaro. But for the first time today, I feel like we have a playing path that ain't great either.
Yeah, very big skew here. It's going to be interesting indeed. 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock, give or take. Even Pachinki is going to be a little bit of a stretch, but I'm sure we'll find a way. We're certainly seeing no Gatka field endings off the end of this circle. I mean, I suppose with 4 8 o'clock hard shifts we could, but my God, surely not. This is going to be a fun one. I don't know how many alternate drop spots are in play, and therefore I don't know how much early game shenanigans we've got. BBL and Heroic so far are quite close to each other, but when you're parachuting, it's a bit deceptive.
Yeah, you could argue, unless if you were given knives and you could, like try and take out each other's parachutes midair. That'd be something.
So land on the other guy's parachute.
Something like that. Just
Get it tangled. Super
Yeah,
smart.
something like that. I am seeing what looks to me to be a contest for vehicles up by Cube, though. So despite the fact that BBL and Heroic can all be nice and dandy while flying next to one another, if they were opting to go for the same holy circle, that is, yep, we're headed east.
Remember last week when I said I've never cast a Kameshki circle?
You might be in for one today because holy something to this one, just hard shift northeast. I guess, I mean, then maybe that means we don't get more hard shifts in this one, given that we got it in the first circle. Because the previous games, the first circles have been pretty decent, but then it's been the circles to come that has really made it hard for the players to adapt. So this time around, we get the massive shift right off the get-go, and maybe that's going to mean that that the rest of it here will be more straightforward.
So let's give all of you guys at home a little bit of an idea on how this is going to play out. First of all, the first circle is centered just southwest of Kameshki. About 40, maybe 35% of the circle is water, so it's not huge. And it's important to note that in fact, all of the area inside the circle is playable except the Asnaya Lake. So it's not like we're going to see wild shifts here, there, and everywhere. We could go all the way back down south to Mansion. We could end up on top of Stalba. There are like a couple of circles that we know and love, but we've also got cliff endings north of Lipovka. We've got Kameshki. We've got east of Severny. We've got going down into Yasnaya still. There are a couple of crazy ones in there as well.
Sure. One of the teams right now sitting in a pretty wide split. They'll have to figure out exactly what they want to do is BBL. Let's take a look here. Their performance from G-Loot Season 5. I mean, they are a powerhouse. Again, I mean, in a similar fashion to Heroic, as soon as they get going, they are seemingly unstoppable. And last game, obviously, I mean, a 16-kill win. What better to try and mitigate that kind of point gap up towards Entropiq at the top? But then we talked about it when we saw Entropiq fall in the previous game. So we said, who is going to be that team that comes out and catches up? And BBL, I mean, 26 points that game, couldn't be done any better.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. They're having a good time. They are a little bit, how do I put it? It's more difficult to predict BBL's performances than some of the other teams that are more momentum based.
Yeah.
BBL are capable of having a great game and then a bad one after the other. But conversely, they're also capable of having a terrible game and then coming back and casually winning the next one. Nothing phases them at all. And they're very good at resetting and taking each game as it comes. So they've now had a fantastic taste of victory there. That gets them up to 3rd place overall. Let's see how close they can get to FAZE in this final game.
One thing that I think is interesting as we see everyone, oh no, that's not where you want to fall now. You can't, but again, I mean, Northern Lights caught early game. We've always praised the team for never losing people early. This tournament,
they've consistently
done
that,
the entire tournament, they have struggled. Just that, and of course, this right here is just, I don't want to say poor, but unlucky like timing with rotating through that. But that is just not the way you want to start off pretty much every single game today.
Batulin's up the mountain, Batulin's in the fields.
Yeah,
the guy needs to catch a break, man.
It really has gone against him, and when it hasn't been him, Perfectix has been the one to fall on like early on rotations too. Again, and where the wild thing to me is that it had been any other team, it would still be unfortunate, obviously, but you wouldn't think that much about it. Here, it's the team that literally never loses people early, and when it happens so much as it has over the course of this tournament, you just can't help but think that there's more to it than just, oh, that was kind of unfortunate.
Something, maybe it's something to do with the way everyone else has reacted to them winning everything. I don't know, like closing off those avenues of rotating, understanding what those timings are looking like a bit early on. I'm not going to read too much into it this game because 2 players in the fields early on is a bit unlucky. Futbolist, well, they definitely know someone's here. Here come the grenades into HOWL. Do they know it's 2?
Split. They're so split. There's no play here for just buying time for your teammates to get back to the spot. They need to get all the kills on themselves for themselves. Unfortunately, Futbolist, nice approach in this one. Yes, Odin does go down early on, but the fact that they peek on over, they get the nade on, and then now they throw the molly, or is that another nade? I think it might be, to get the flush on as well. Smart schematic approach to this one by Futbolist. I like their approach to it.
Yeah, very, very strong stuff there. Really nice, clean engagement as well. There were 2 players there. Yes, they had one of their own players knocked, but insta-smoke, carried on, made sure the compound was clear before disengaging and healing up. Really nice, clean play there from Futbolist.
Everyone in the meantime, or Futbolist included, I should say, trying to grab themselves a spot in the circle. Entropiq getting up here early, securing some East Coast real estate. Should be able to sit tight here at least for a little while longer. And I like when you have these teams that sit up on the edge and then spread out to make sure that you have that sort of not only space for yourself right now, but also space to maneuver come next circle. So wherever it goes, you know that as soon as you get into the car, you won't get shot at because you've secured like a solid 500-600 meters of space that you have to get into the car, get moving, get accelerated, and become, even if somebody does start to shoot at you, a harder target to hit.
And that's going to be the key, right? If you're able to adapt and have flexibility in your position, it gives you more options. When you have that split second to think about, what do I do if I'm being shot from this angle? It's not panic because you're forced into doing one thing that might not be good. You've got options available. So provided you still have your wits about you and you're quick thinking, it does buy your way out of a lot of tricky situations in this game. And that's why the prep work, positioning your vehicles, understanding what the escape routes are, knowing where you're going to rotate to next, is so important in PUBG. A lot of the stuff that you don't necessarily see that all these teams plan in advance.
Exactly. One thing I think as we see the rotations coming through here, if we go back to Northern Lights just for a split second, one thing that adds to the danger of them is, as much as we talk about how they've been taking casualties early game and it's unlike them, they're still sitting in 4th place at 135 points. I mean, it's not like they're having a bad tournament at all, despite the fact that they are forced to play different than what they normally would. Because again, I mean, we often talk about the Entropiq playstyle and avoiding confrontation early to then be able to bring forward into the late game. You know, have the numbers late game equals wins. At least it does, or has oftentimes done for Northern Lights. They can't utilize that to the same extent when they've lost players that early. So still being able to sit up there in 4th place just goes to show the capabilities of that team. There's a reason why they literally won everything there was to win last year. They are just that dangerous, even when they're quote-unquote not having as good a tournament as you thought they would. They still sit way up the top of the leaderboard.
Exactly. Their bad games essentially still gets them into the top 5, and their good games are absolutely devastating. The same potentially could be said for Entropiq, though, in this tournament, and they are, well, absolutely killing it so far. They've got that healthy 50-point gap, and honestly, they can afford to have a bad day at this point. You know, it's not like they're going to score 0 points on a day. They can score a moderate number of points in a day and still be okay.
Yes.
The job's not done yet, but they've given themselves the best possible cushion, I feel.
Yes, a moderate day I can go with. A bad day, like if we're talking sub-double-digit points in a day.
Oh no! That
is the
Danger Town.
The run being open for everyone else again. And I honestly, I mean, despite the fact that they have a good lead now, we haven't really seen Entropiq be in the position where they're this far, I mean, ahead before to then, especially against this caliber teams, with this many games to play. I still feel like there's I don't want to say inexperience, but a perform under pressure Sunday coming up where I'm nervous that some of the teams, maybe some of the teams that kind of had nothing to lose with where they are on the leaderboard, or other teams that just really need to deal with Entropiq, that could be their downfall. But then again, I mean, if we're only looking at what we've seen so far in the tournament, they are pretty much untouchable. But as we see them here, the amount of kind of crosshairs they're looking their way right now, that's only gonna increase as they maintain their lead. Circle includes everyone.
Yay, this is excellent. Casual 3 hard shifts into Kameshki.
Oh yeah, true.
Easy
That's
peasy.
what we're getting in phase 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
We're just spinning things around a bit, because last game we had, I mean, the previous games we've had phase 1 casual, phase 2 hard shift. Now we're doing it the other round, so we're still gonna get the hard shifts. Don't worry.
We are absolutely. We so are. NAVI have to get in. BBL have to get in. Code Marco's gonna be happy with that Orm he just looted as well, and the fresh level 3 gear. FaZe Clan are now moving across the Yasnaya fields. This is the these are the fields to the east of Yasnaya, by the way, not to the south of them.
I'm looking and listening toward Tekkers and Hitman, and doing the fact that they're not in the car shit helps me worry. They're sitting in a 2-way split, and they are going to get pulled up on here. Why? I mean, even if they do have a chance to come out of here on top, why not leave earlier? 8C finds Tekkers. Hitman does get an angle to one. Finds the first. And he gets more of it, though. I feel like they had a chance to disengage. They didn't. Now it's on to him and to stay alive here alone. As I say, that Salty is in the car. Pushing forward. Nixie is coming as well. trying to see if they can get up here and save them. Unfortunately for him, and he's doing all kinds of work to stay alive as a solo player right now, but that nade went in somehow, didn't take him out. Now he will fall. So Nixie and Soldi are here, but too little, too late. They have just given up prime real estate to come help their teammate, and now Sakura Zensen are falling apart. There was a chance for them to leave. They didn't take it.
Yep, this is Sakura Zensen made all the correct decisions 5 to 10 seconds too late, is how I would describe that. They could have left the compound a little bit early. You saw the bike in the corner of the room where He-Man was. It was well protected. The tires were never getting popped, but it would have taken him ages to get out of that room. And then, unfortunately, Nixie just came in way too late to help after everyone had knocked, and I think even been flushed at that point. So it just ends up being a bit surplus to requirements. Salty, sadly, down to a solo this early in the game.
Where does he go from here? Nowhere is the answer. Out in 16th, off of having prime real estate, but not regrouping fast enough. They fall in 16th, and the team to kind of capitalize off it, obviously FAZE get themselves a center compound, but Entropiq now gets to steal that two-way split. I mean, that is, that's just how fast they are. They take that so instantly. BNR, in the meantime, got himself knocked dead. Ooh, spots one, shoots early, doesn't manage to find. How do you spin on that and catch one on the roof?
Amazing ballet going on there. Yeah, that is a delightful pirouette from Example. Really, really good stuff. And Road to Glory, 1 down, make that 2 down with BNR in the background, falling to Melman a little bit earlier. NAVI are sitting comfortably on the southern side of the circle. They'll have problems to solve, to be fair, but they're also perfectly happy playing edge and fragging their way in.
You can, like, when you do these sort of flick returns, you can do it on a guy that's kind of the same horizontal level as yourself, but he not only had to 180, he also had to kind of look 90 degrees up into the sky in order to find that knock, and he still wins the trade. That is insane. Let's see. Doesn't hit the first one. And boop.
Ooh. That's impressive, because I thought maybe the car was going past somewhere and he sprayed. And then Odin just, you know, picked off with the remaining shot. But it turns out the damage was also done by Odin, and he hit 2 shots in a row.
Exactly. Nice. Well, Futbolist came in here early, and they claimed center real estate now. Well, it seems to me like, well, they just got the circle now, and next one should be going to some extent in that direction as well.
Horrible.
This
is horrible because there's nothing left to take.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. We still have 4.5 teams having to make their way into the circle. First ones to make that move is going to be RG. If they're going for the valley, I salute them, because they'll probably be going down and out in a hurry, but it seems to me like they're full committing to Futbolist's position, and Futbolist are currently split 2-2. That's dangerous. Same thing here happening on the other side of the circle, up towards the mountain. Here are Northern Lights ready and waiting. EB does manage to find one, effect. He can't reload in time, so he's going to go down now as well. Loop finds one, second one comes through, but somehow it's SKADE. It's SKADE victorious. And I can't help but think, had Northern Lights been 4, that would never have gone against them. They lose Patulans early. That's them down and out now. Not because the firepower of Patulans wasn't there, but essentially, yes, because they didn't have that 4th member to take over when one had to reload.
That's a really good point. Northern Lights, still, we were looking at that going, they should have won that fight. But imagine what would have happened if they were 4. It wouldn't have even been a question.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, I completely agreed with you there. Northern Lights maybe having a couple of games to forget here on day number 4. We still have 10 games left to go for them, though, and they are still sat in an excellent position on the points table. So, by no means count out a revival. And I'm sure maybe there'll be a week 2, day 3 team. Who knows?
We saw Reg making their way towards
that
the compound before.
Do you see the shadow?
This is full speed forward into the compound, upside down. Doesn't matter how we go about it, but now they're here. They make their way on in. Oh, that hate to be good doesn't go far enough, though. In the meantime, Thunder trying to hold out NAVI. Alia does get to wrap around, but doesn't, I think, realize that Ibako is over on the other side. Hiruzen knows that he's just on the wall now.
Alia didn't spot him through the open door. That was critical. Now moving to the next HOWL. Double's been spotted. He'll be relaying that information to the player behind him. Have we got Hiruzen? Yes, he manages to get Quizzy. Are we going to see a second one? Closing the door as well. Love it.
By yourself all the time that you can here. Double caught with nade in hand. Peeks on out, and Alia wins the trade. So incredibly terrifying to go up against the Roots, and though does have a molly in him, but caught with the molly as well! Caught with utility all over the place, but fortunately, utility will be what wins Thunder that fight there. In the meantime, speaking of utility, ENCE finds a triple with a nade down the field below.
HOWL now third-partying Futbolist. They are trying to take out REGNUM CARYA, but look at where Futbolist died. If you push into a compound like that, especially when there's limited real estate, that's fine, but you have to do it quickly. You need to get out of your cars, get the kills you need, and get behind cover. Let's see if FaZe Clan can do any better. Apocalypse desperately trying to hold on. He goes down now. Slippy Zerg still up there for REGNUM CARYA, and Futbolist eliminated amongst the midst of this, but FaZe Clan still have a fight on their hands, and they go down as well.
They know that they have a Futbolist player still lurking in the compound, and despite that, Apocalypse finds 2 from FaZe on their rotation on into the compound itself. Insane from Reg to both hold off the ENCE approach, but also have kind of the excessive energy to take out the Futbolist player there too. Very, very impressive help by Reg.
HOWL, you can't drive that, mate. You can't just swap out of the cars like that. This is
convenient.
Yeah, doesn't quite work that way, unfortunately. And now they've got ENCE right on top of them. This is like, you know what? This is what I wanted for the Severny warehouse in the last game, except it's happening out in the open.
Yeah.
Team Liquid coming in to join the party now as well. Jeems knocked everyone else still up. Vard unfortunately joins the party there too. And Team Rage are getting absolutely destroyed from REGNUM CARYA back in the compound.
Team Rage thought they were blessed with a third-party opportunity on to Reg from above, but they did not account for Team Liquid still being alive behind them. Thought the plateau after seeing FaZe leave was theirs to grab. Liquid denies it. Vard, though, unfortunately does fall down. Still managed to get a few kills for his team. One more nade lobs on through. That's Rustinmar with another double. So much utility being used here in the early game. And I don't feel like there's space for more vehicles down there. And speaking of utility, Squeaky continuing where the rest of the people left off.
Insta-res maybe onto Ruin, because ENCE are going to take a little bit of time. Either the utility kills you or it doesn't. No, never mind. Oh my god, that second molly!
Yep,
that is literally inch perfect. Poor Esky. Let me into the PRTM!
Yeah,
it's right there. Let me in.
Not gonna happen. It will grant you the cover. Oh, get away from there. Skid's gonna blow up too. Yep, Tixu able to get him down. Utility is all they needed to deal with him down below. Rustinmar in the meantime trying to peek on overs. Must have heard, I mean, I would assume so anyway, that Liquid leaves this. This is interesting rotation from Liquid. Didn't like what they saw from down below, and now having heard this fight happen over the top, that's perfect for them to rotate into. In the meantime, Entropiq takes out RGG, so that's going to be Road to Glory out in 8th. Heroic deals with SKADE on the hilltop too, but that's exactly where Liquid are currently going.
Beanie managing to get a little bit. Yeah, he's got some delightful cover there. Team Liquid going all the way back up north. And I think actually, as soon as they see Heroic, I feel like they're going to disengage and move back south. Like, this was their idea. Heroic have managed to grab that position. I think Liquid back off here.
Look at how ENCE is spread out as well. This is how you have to play that compound. Because people were sitting in the compound just waiting, it goes against them. But now, well, we're forcing everyone out into the open. I'm curious to see if ENCE is just going to fortify that, well, fortification in the middle of the circle, or if they're going to try and see if they can hold out people in the north. I would agree with you. Go center, fortify, play on the down low at least for a little while, and let the chaos unfold around you as opposed to having to take part in it.
Look, you have the risky play and you have the safe play, and right now fortifying the center of the circle literally makes this game easy for ENCE, right? Not even ironic, not even joking. Whoa, clip there with the airtime.
The nade from Rustinmar.
Beautiful stuff from Rustinmar. Mixie, and not quite getting within eyesight. Very close to that though as well. I don't think Clip's getting revived off of this unless Rustinmar goes down now.
We have 6 teams alive in Phase 5. I mean, this is as much Game 6 of scrims as it can ever be.
It is a bit wild, isn't it?
It sure is. And the thing is, it wasn't even that chaotic right from the get-go. It just popped off in the early mid-game. Let's see now. Squeaky finds QB. Nail up trying to make his way forward towards the circle, but hard for him as both Thunder and ENCE trying to prevent him from doing so.
The center of the circle, I guess a little bit quieter than it was before. There are only 2 teams in that compound right now, as opposed to about 12. But still, Team Liquid appear to be just about holding their own against ENCE. Rustinmar is going to move out, and therefore, focus now turns to Entropiq. They're on the southwestern edge of the circle, trying to dissuade Thunder. from being anywhere close to them. They're playing that massive ridge. It's very important that they don't have anyone capable of backstabbing them, so they're trying to get Thunder out. Unfortunately, I think Thunder are taking the bait.
Yep. Double going. I don't want to drive this guy anymore. I don't want to drive this guy anymore. I want to go where he's. Please get me out of here. Please get me out of here. Unfortunately, able to get out of there, but let's see if it's going to be timely enough. Does manage to get the first hit off before NAVI can peek on over.
Don't hit a rock.
Literally.
Avoid the tree.
Yep. Doesn't seem like he's aware though. Oh, as I say that. No, I'm not sure actually that he's aware that Hibako was playing the kind of the up close rock there. He's currently very committedly looking for double in erosion that came in on the vehicle. So maybe, oh, does he see him now? Nope. It's so easy for us to say that he was on your screen. Sure he was, but the peak came in from down below as he was looking elsewhere. Trouble. Or double, I should say. Gets Ivers down. That was the backfill. That was the help for NAVI, but now he's on his own.
NAVI still looking for Hibako. Sees the smoke. The problem is there are too many angles for him to look at. There are too many places they could pop up. Actually, to be fair, he managed to headshot Hibako before going down there, but that's NAVI down.
This is again a situation as well of teams that were technically maybe in that race, still now very much in a BBL. ENCE both 4 alive, sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively, in Liquid and Heroic. Currently fighting for that current 6th place spot as Heroic able to find one knock, and now Thunder making the aggressive push forward as BBL takes the fight to ENCE from the other side. Everyone out of nowhere starting to fight one another. Rustenmark gets an angle onto BB, catching Wolfguard on the side. There's going to be no rest coming through there. Everyone taking casualties.
No real cover in the middle of the circle here. Thunder, in fact, have the only tangible hill, so everyone else fighting for this hard cover here, even though it's on the edge. James coming in against Corexi, but a beautiful nade finishes off James and arguably saves Corexi there. That said, Mexi will be able to clean... Jesus Christ. I was going to say clean up, but God knows a vehicle might finish him off here.
The fact that he didn't get flushed from that car, I'm not sure. Mexi, commits everything to try and cross on over. Somehow, ENCE prime real estate center circle now down to just Rustenmark. BBL and Thunder timed that push to perfection, because as much as a hillside is great for you, if you get pushed from both sides, that means there's nowhere for you to back down towards and heal on up, and that's exactly what happened. Thunder pushed in from one side, BBL from the other, and ENCE literally had nowhere to go to try and heal on up, so they're down to just Rustenmark trying to stay put. But I must say, I mean, that nade from Corexi, pre-nade to then peek it, that would have looked so good had he won that fight against Mexi too.
The Corexi-Mexi fight is now concluded. I don't think I can take much more tension in this. Like, my butt can only clench so much throughout half an hour. And I'm not going to the gym nearly enough to deal with this right now. I can tell you that much. We haven't spoken about BBL that much, actually. They've got that, like, trench position sort of outside that little shelter that you can't go in.
Yeah.
And Code Marco, remember, got the Orm and the level 3 gear. So I'm sat here thinking maybe they're just quietly setting up to try and back-to-back.
Remember when we hard shifted northeast second time around, BBL were west of Yasnaya Lake. They hard wrapped all the way north through Kameshki. That's the reason they only have 2 kills so far. Normally you'd look at BBL as one of the early aggressors. They have been backfilling everyone the entire game. Every single time a team has gone, oh, you know what, I guess we'll just take the fight. BBL's gone, oh, I guess if you're going fighting, we might as well just take the position that you had before. They've been able to do that the entire game. It's not until now that they got an opportunity to engage on ENCE that they've actually been forced to take shots, which also means that they're sitting well in utility. They should be pretty alright in Kevlar helmets too. They're looking very good for a back-to-back win here. And even though they only have 2 kills so far, this could easily end up becoming a 6-7 kill win for them.
And those 10 points for the chicken dinner, all important as well. Rustenmark gets finished by Mixi. Team Liquid up to 3rd place. They've got 2 players. Thunder have 3. BBL have 4. So this is becoming very interesting indeed. A crazy mid-game here in match 20. No doubt about that. But now we get to the interesting part. How much are BBL going to push out?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're going to be forced to now.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, what I'm worried about is how fast can, if even if they manage to do so, how fast can they deal with Liquid, and while doing so, how does Thunder respond? Because Thunder needs the third party. If they get a chance to do anything here, they need to push forward. At least I would think so, James. Well, Code Marco might have avoided it, but smash right in the face. has to go down and heal on up. We'll see what more's gonna happen. Well, the James jumping around, trying to lob nades to everyone. I feel like he's single-handedly trying to deal with the entirety of BBL. At least the nades is letting BBL know that James knows exactly where all of them are.
Very close to knocking Ketper with that second nade as well was James. He just cooked it a little bit too much, and that could have ended up really making a huge difference to the outcome. He still can, though. Let's wait and see. 26.5-minute mark now. BBL have still got this ridge. It looks like everyone is just about back up.
Smart play from Ketpa. He knows that there's nothing to fear from Mexi inside the building. They need to worry about James, though. They know that he's over on the other side, and he has to make a play. I don't imagine seeing Mexi make a push on out before James has somehow made a crossing on over. Now he's been spotted in the middle of the street. Thunderlord's going to be the one to take him down. Out goes James, just Mexi left alive, and now we're looking down towards Thunder. What is the approach? What is the response on what's going on here? Marco, nice turn through the window. Takes one down. Thunder, not fast enough to punish BBL. But they have the circle. How does BBL play into this next one?
Significantly less hilly terrain, I want to say, for BBL to use compared to Thunder. But in 45 seconds, we're going to get phase 8. So that could knock Thunder out of that huge ridge. We'll have to wait and see. Still with the AWM. And 13 bullets is more than enough to deal with 4 players, Code Marco. We'll see 3 players, I beg your pardon. So we might start to see him getting a little bit liberal with his arm shots here.
4 kills. It might not look like much, but we know that BBL would be well satisfied with the game where essentially, I mean, again, they haven't really had to fight until top 6. And a 7-kill win is still 17 points that they very well need in order to try and play catch-up to Entropiq sitting far up the top of that leaderboard. In the meantime, for Thunder, it's quite the opposite. They're far, far down what is the overall leaderboard. And a good game here, I mean, which it already is, but a win here with the kills they already have and more added to it, it could potentially be a level can win. That would put them back up into the contest of the mid-pack. They're currently a bit below, but if they get 21 points here, they're right back in it.
Nades coming out now, searching for who's under the ridge line. A little bit of guesswork from BBL at the moment because, given a couple of seconds, Thunder could be anywhere.
This is the furthest south. This is the furthest south they've been all game, right? So they kind of have to scout with nades right now. They haven't had a chance to look this direction all game as they wrap north of Kameshki. So they're essentially scouting with nades right now, missing the good old days where a nade would also bounce you to the side. So if you're sitting behind a tree, like pushed you out from behind it. Of course, know that info available with Marco. Does spot one. Hirosen gets to live with the scare.
Phase 8 starting to move. 5 seconds now. Double solo on the southeast. Again, remember, BBL know none of this. So Thunder have got, potentially, the element of surprise on their side. I think BBL have enough nades left for 1 per tree at this point. I think that's their plan.
The thing is, since they don't know, they have to, like, fear opponents being at every single position. So they have to, I would assume, have to have someone looking at this rock as well. It's just going to be a timing thing for Double. He needs to find the perfect timing. And who's going to give him that info? That's going to be his teammates. Now the molly comes in, doesn't spread to him. This could be one of those double-edged things where they think, okay, we mollied it off. There's no one there. What?
Rocks don't burn, Toby. 300 IQ from Double. These deforestation tactics don't work on him.
Able to find the first one. Thunderlost down, making it a 3v3. He is very isolated, though. Peek on over and Smash will probably spot you. Now the blue comes in as well. He's just on the edge. He's actually starting to get tanked by it as well. Double falls down to the blue. Ketpa there to secure the point. Final circle is here. It's going to happen. It's going to force everyone into the middle. But most importantly, I think for Hibako and Thunder, it's going to force BBL downhill.
Hiruzen now running out of options, looking either side of a smoke. It's a 2v3. They need to get the next knock to buy themselves a bit of time to keep running. Hibako also reasonably close to the edge. Marco, though, from behind. Now it's a 3v1. All eyes on Hibako.
Thunder had a chance to aggress while the fight was happening elsewhere. While the Thunder might not strike twice, so does BBL. Back-to-back chicken dinners as they hunt down that first place spot.
BBL, big bloody lightning, striking twice there for the back-to-back chicken dinners. Thunder in second place. Very credible, very interesting end to that game as well. And that brings 5, I would say, pretty crazy games today, Toby, to a close. This day has been interesting to say the least.
I mean, this final game, I would love to see a spread of how many players died over the course of each phase, because I feel like we had the phase 3, phase 4 shift that essentially took out 80% of the circle. It was like, despite the first circle being as crazy of a hard shift as it was, we didn't see that much commotion right off of the get-go, but after that, I mean, all hell broke loose, which again, we kind of expected that to be the case. But it just became so damn bloody by phase 3 that, as we saw in the game, only 17 players were alive by phase 5. I mean, that's unheard of, especially on irregular maps.
The sort of 6 to 8 teams rushing to get the single compound as well, one after the other. It almost felt like a final game scrims day, but of course there are still 10 matches left to go here in PCS6. What a way to end the day. For the last time today, let's throw it back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Toby and Joe Rosard. I mean, Toby mentioned it there. The mid game in this last map was chaos. Avenger, I don't even know how else to explain it. It was absolutely mental.
It's chaos. It felt a little bit like, you know, last game of scrims, where everybody's just pulling up on each other and third party. But then again, also this area, there's 3 or 4 places you can basically win this game from. And you saw a lot of commotion and a lot of fights in general in those areas, but a lot of drive-bys. This is phase 1. We saw Sakura Zensen. We saw a lot of teams, you know, rushing into these areas here, phase 2 and phase 3, and a lot of players died out from either, you know, bad rotations or got caught out of cars, or the pull-ups was kind of weird in some situations. But then again, it is last game, and with a lot of stressful circles and games in general today, it was rough. And also then out of the blue, Odin Mavizi just hits shots like this and gets salty out, right? So a lot of drive-bys and a lot of sending with the cars.
Lots to choose from, but Frost, what was your favorite moment in this game?
I feel like overall just seeing all of the teams crashing into those compounds. As Martin's saying, this was such a rough circle that you kind of had to do it. You had to send it to these compounds to be able to get a grip of something to play from in the circle. And it was all about those timings when the teams were actually doing it. You don't want to be the first one. You don't want to be the last one. You got to find that middle ground. I feel like that was kind of amazing to see. But of course, Liquid as well, being able to push on there, take on ENCE as well in the sniper tower, where you had Rustamar being up there. Them doing that 2-2 split, 1-1 split, sorry, towards the end there. I feel like that was a great play, but in the end, it didn't work out for them. So, well, overall, like all of these crashes, it's so rough to just see them coming in one by one.
For you, Avenger, I'm presuming the highlight was the back-to-back chicken dinner from BBL?
Yeah, that was pretty amazing to see for sure. I think there's the way they approached this last game here was pretty well executed. The way they took the northeastern side of it, then pushed in third party the ENCE and Thunder fight, and in general how they took control of that little bunker area. Super well executed by them. Not as many kills as before, but still, their day-to-day has been absolutely insane, Sam.
I must say, listening to you and Froz cheerlead for Smash as hard as you do is really entertaining. So I'm hoping, I actually wish we had recorded it because you really are the biggest Smash fanboys. We all know it's because of your fantasy teams, but
for
regardless,
sure.
Also, we like
it's because all the other guys were dead, right? It's the last guy to cheer for. But this nade here had me screaming, perfect nade for James. The nade god himself, as he says it out, but unfortunate for Frost's and I's fantasy team here. Smash did not get too many kills, but BBL closed it out and Smash survived, so 5 survival points for him. In general, great game for Thunder, BBL, and also Liquid again with a good consistency today.
How did BBL get this final chicken dinner? Walk me through the final fight with these 3 teams, Froz.
I mean, basically, they knew they had 2 teams they were up against. They knew that Liquid was down 2 players, and they tried to get to Liquid first, taking out that one threat. But you could see that they were going from 2 different levels, taking on both of the players. I think that was a great find that they found that James was still in the compound itself and not in the sniper tower together with Mexi, because that could have been a huge steal if they didn't. James might have been able to just backstab them, but Kwepa went close there. He discovered that he was there, and he just played it very safe, not getting himself knocked, especially after Smash getting knocked by that nade itself. And then they just took them out one by one. And after that, it was kind of just them searching, where is the last players right now? And you can see how they were just using those utilities, trying to flush out as many possible positions as possible. That means that they have less angles to try to look at by face checking those angles. And I think they played that so well, just taking them out one by one and just got himself that chicken dinner once again.
You get to take a look now at some of the players who popped off during that last game. Is it a little bit nerve-wracking for teams that are sitting closer to the top of the table when teams like Thunder get a good game, purely just because eventually they ultimately are losing points that are up for grabs and Thunder's claiming them?
Yeah, for sure. There's multiple situations with that, but right now, Thunder is so far behind some of the mid-pack teams that it's going to be extremely hard for them to catch up to that top 10. I think they're going to be more than 16 points away from the top 10, so it's going to be rough for them to catch in. But here, Code Margo, though, 7 kills to be able to pop up with it. Insane to see him here. I'm not sure why Double gets this. Maybe because the amount of damage and kills combined, that he's able to jump ahead of that the most points. But overall, though, Code Margo was for me the MVP out of, if we don't look at the twice stats, the MVP in terms of how he was able to control the amount of kills he got, and in general how they were able to close this game out here.
When you take a look at today overall, who would you call your MVP? I mean, we'll more than likely pull it up a little bit later, but I'd love to hear your opinion, Froz, before we pull up those stats. Who was the MVP for you today?
I mean, I gotta agree with Code Marco. He's been playing phenomenally together with BBL, but at the same time, huge to smash as well, being the IGL of BBL and leading them to these 2 wins here. They've been struggling a lot on Erangel itself before these 2 previous games here, and that kind of shows how much work they put into the Erangel games, coming in here today being able to rack up those points. Before that, we saw them struggling a lot on Erangel, but putting up all of the points basically from the Miramar games. But today, it's been all about those Erangel games, and I'm excited to see what else they got to bring to the board for the upcoming 2 days if they can keep on doing this kind of stuff.
We're probably going to get a chance to see the overall standings of today very soon, but I am going to go back to the story that we've spoken about throughout the week leading up to this. Was obviously this massive lead that Entropiq had, still sitting in the top spot, but
and tie.
And a tie is it going to be enough? Because that's the thing. FAZE and BBL have popped off. Entropiq didn't.
Exactly right. So Sam, in this case here today, Entropiq has gotten 30 points. BBL has gotten 68 points, which is 38 more than Entropiq, and they are on a 47-point lead down to BBL. So if they continue this, it's going to be hard for BBL to replicate like this performance. But if they continue this, BBL is going to be able to catch Entropiq. It really depends on Entropiq's performance coming up here. If they continue having, this 30-ish points the next 2 days, they'll end up on the 264-point mark. But BBL being able to get 60+ points 2 days in a row is going to be extremely hard. So I'm reckoning, I think we're going to be seeing when we get to Sunday, unless Entropiq really has a massive day tomorrow, it's going to still be close, and we're going to still have a couple of teams that's going to be able to close it in. But I love to see a tie here in second place.
Froz, how about you? What do you think about what you're seeing?
I mean, of course, the tie itself, and you have Entropiq towards the top, but just below that, between ENCE, NLT, and Liquid, it is so close. Only 7 points between these kind of teams, and those are 3 teams that can rack up a lot of points game after game. We know that. We've seen that before. So them being able to be that close between each other, I'm not just thinking that they're gonna try to surpass each other, but they're also still chasing FAZE and BBL. BBL was part of that pack just previously. Now they, of course, pull themselves away a little bit, but I'm expecting with 2 more days to go that ENCE and NLT, Team Liquid are going to be able to contest for it.
Can I just throw it at you though for me? So Entropiq last week, they popped off, right? They were able to get that big lead. But the team that has consistently performed, in my opinion, for most of last week and then today is FAZE. Is that the way to play it? You can see now the comparison with BBL, because I mean, ultimately trying to do the big games isn't always going to play off. Making sure you consistently finish in the top 4, top 5, which is what they've done. Is that the winning game plan for a team, Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to get 4 wins out of 20 games, right? That is, if your strategy is that and you're able to execute that, that is absolutely insane. And BBL have been able to take, as the only team, 4 wins so far. So that's extremely impressive. But if you look at isolated look at kills, FAZE has a little bit more, they get a little bit more damage, but unfortunately for FAZE, they haven't been able to get that consistently close to the chicken dinners and close the games out as BBL have been themselves. But coming down to, like, we're looking at how the tie is, obviously, if you're consistently putting out the points, because the most points comes from kills, right? There's 70% or so of the points comes from kills. So if you're able to get that over the longer game, especially here now that we're playing 30 games in total, it is gonna be better for you to focus on the kills. But this is just insane to see.
So there you go. Code Marco was our MVP today, but Nalip's still holding that top spot. Froz, is he going to keep that tomorrow, or do you think someone's going to be able to knock him off?
Honestly, him being up there with 51 kills, it's going to be hard for anyone to try to catch up. It's so many kills. Like, it's hard for anyone to try to catch up to that. Even if we would, like, start from zero with how Nalip is playing, how well it's been, not just doing the kills, but also getting the damage done on the board. Time after time, he's there to support the team from the back line. He's not even always on the front line, taking those engagement fights with those utilities, but he's on the back with those DMRs and doing a lot of damage, helping the team out, making sure that they can continue to fight and get those knocks, and then they can just push on.
10 games left, gents. Are we expecting crazy circles tomorrow, Avenger?
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited for tomorrow. It's really going to be the time for the teams that are in the top 8 to solidify their position, but also for the teams that are chasing Entropiq still and still has a chance to do so, to take them down and to get even closer to the first position here.
Make sure that you're following the hashtag PCS6 on social media. The talent team is going to mess around a little bit tomorrow and change things up, but I can't keep track of who's not going to be here and who is. So make sure you follow on Twitter. I'm sure everyone will tell you if they're on broadcast or not. This for me is my final day on PCS6. So Froz, Avenger, thank you for making it so much fun. Thank you to all of the teams who have just popped off. I will be watching and in the chat for the next 2 days. To everyone that has been watching, 10 more games to play, 2 more days of action. Make sure you are right back here at the same time, the same place tomorrow, and we'll see you then.